Alrighty. Right. I have no idea what a stream this early is gonna do. But we shall see. Hopefully I'll be awake. uh, yeah, what's up? Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I think big run results. I guess I probably got silver, but I only played it a couple of times, so it might be even less than silver. So we shall see. I got my double bonus. Okay. Holy, 150 seems like a lot. I'm streaming early. I am. We have a pretty flexible schedule for the next couple weeks. So it'll actually work better for everything if I start streaming a little bit earlier. In the meantime, just to feel it out. It won't be a long-term thing by any means. But it potentially may be for the next handful of weeks. I don't know what the current rotation is though. Oh, literally showing it? No. I wish open was zones and I could maybe find people to play with, but we're chilling. So when did we get a new boss? I thought we were supposed to get a new boss with this. That's part of the reason why I didn't like play for that long. I did like because you can get up to 2400 for like the super capsules and stuff. Hey yo, what's up, bro? I played Big Run a little bit, but I only got the silver. Okay, no. I only got the silver because it was the same boss. Am I doing sink or swim on the 14th? Probably. 14th. Oh, that's 2 days. I don't see why not. Why, what's up? Are you competing? I feel like most days we're competing in some capacity. If you do want to play in those, make sure that you sign up early. Like if you do it today or tomorrow and sign up, then you're fine. But if you don't sign up until the day of, it can fill up pretty quick. It's also funny that I see people complain about not making it into SOS every week, but like just sign up. Sign up like a couple days early. We peaked at Wahoo. Wait, was Inkblot before or after Wahoo? Wasn't Inkblot after? Wait, what's your favorite big run map? Oh wait, I think I already looked at this. Oh, that reward was probably for the big run. I see. Yo, what's up, Jamie? You're up early. Alright. I don't remember the order of the new big run maps. Thought 50% was way lower than I thought. Fair. You're only one egg above the big run? Yeah, I saw something like the number of people that played in this big run was like significantly less. Was that the number of unique people or was that the number of like big runs that happened? It had to be the number of people because it couldn't have been the other. Alright, I'm gonna play a tiny bit of Rapid Blaster because I need to get more reps in. So I'm gonna play one rotation of Rapid Blaster and then I'm gonna then I'll get to some reviews. And by Rapid Blaster I mean Rapid Blaster Pro. Just need to check a build real quick. I know it's like speed. Some people run IA, some people run main saver. LDE's interesting. Yeah, I see it. There's some more utility builds. Lucina's, I can trust Lucina, but these opening gambit. Okay. We're seeing a lot of swim fast, so we probably want to swim fast. There is quite a lot of IE, so I'm probably gonna run these funny Wonka glasses. Maybe I can build gear. Although I'm gonna be honest, I need all the help I can get. I don't know if I'm good enough to just run her in them gear. That makes sense. Close enough. And people are running more swim speed. Yeah, I need utility is the only thing. Do I have anything that has... Ideally I had swim that has some utility to it. It's not bad, but I need super jump. Do I not have any quick super jump on anything? Huh, this could be problematic. Do I have any of these with quick super jump? Okay, maybe we just don't need a quick super jump. That's what I'm gonna say for now. And cope a little bit. We're running... The Finding Nemo shoes. What is this? Never again. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do it, gamers. Pink? I see purple. Do we have pink? This fit. We're going crazy with it. Can't post the VOD. You probably need to do it in the new channel. Yo, what's a Limo? A gamer. Did this one for you. So I have like my hair's getting longer. I have to like deal with it. So yeah, there's a new Discord server. I don't know why Streamlabs does that, but there's a different Discord server that we've used for our VOD review post moving forward. Oh, no. We may have forgotten to change our gun. Oopsie. Alright, let's try this one again. This time with the proper Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. Sonic Smash Bro. Welcome on. How you doing? How was your big run? Did you hit gold, or were you a silver or bronze pleb like myself? Or did you even participate? So I will say I'm a little bit disappointed that there was no new boss, but... Because now I'm not sure the total amount of bosses that we're gonna get. Although this big run felt like it happened a lot faster than the others. Like, I remember people talked about it when they initially either data mined the big run or maybe Nintendo announced it. I don't remember. But I was surprised. Oops. So yeah, when I watch good people play this weapon, I have to play way more passive than I did before. I was playing like real... Like I wasn't even playing that aggressive, but what I was doing was still too much. I was still trying to do too much. New king next? Oh, okay. So I will say, like, the new bosses and stuff is definitely super interesting. Do you think they'll add new bosses at some point? Probably not, huh? I mean, they did at the beginning of the game, but I thought that was a little rough. Yeah, it just seemed like... I don't know. I feel like I had to play around mid a lot, and mid wasn't that fun to play. I apologize for feeding. Okay, so we have mid line and the back line already. I don't think I want to play Rapid Blaster with a back line, but that's what solo key's for. Oops, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die. Yeah, I'm doing way too much. I should just backed up. I seem to sit in mid during that time. I like it. There's something that compels me to want to like be aggressive. It's the shooter brain in me. Oh, I'm dead. Can I get the trigger at least? No. If I had the direct, it would have been fine. Probably didn't need to drop into my pit at this point. Nice, another one right? Oh shoot. That's just a leader. Oh wait, I thought I hit 3 times, huh? Did I spark? Or did I miss here? I could have sworn. Wait, why did it say my name there? What the heck? I've never actually looked at Super Jump. That should be dead. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how we play up here though. Nice. Maybe I could just go wide. I didn't like being there. I tried to get in front so we could get lead, which technically we did, but... Oh shoot. My hero. Okay, I'm still not paying for special. I can hit in front, but I don't want to push any farther. There's a leader. Our leaders and bats are on mush. Alright, someone else can take. Ooh! I should be dead. Yo, the line workers. Is there someone at goal? I need to get underneath. I'm just gonna give jumps. I can also build special. Sorry, teammate. Okay, both y'all fed. Yeah, I gotta be careful about poking. Oh, I'm dead. That's my bad. I probably should have just taken that fight up close when I saw them drop. I had an opportunity to get advantage there. I didn't want to take fight, but I should have backed out immediately. I think I can sit up here and just blast them. Nice. Oh, they dropped. Nice. Alright, I'll take it. Yeah, we're still learning this weapon. I don't even really need to get on tower. Hard focus objective? No, you're right. You're 1000% right. They're a little rough. Hope it's Zuna again, but bigger. You can't make Zuna even bigger. That will actually overheat my Switch. I will not allow it. Zuna has hit maximum capacity. Maximum size. What would its special be then? If Zuna's getting bigger, what's the play? It doesn't get splashed down. Gotta get something else. I need some utility. I'll just wear the Adidas. Yeah, the match was weird because both teams had a ridiculous amount of backline. Because the nice thing about Blaster Pro is that you can sit on your plat and hit both stacks. But I didn't really get to play that because both teams are sitting on their end. Oops. Imagine hitting your shots. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because I'm trying to whip on it instead of actually aiming. Oops. Nay without the whip. Should warm up before playing E-Leader? Probably. That's probably not a bad idea. What's the other map on this rotation? Manta? Actually, this weapon seems pretty good for Manta. Yo, what's up, Peter? How's it going, Mr. Nursing Assistant? I think for legal reasons, I'm not allowed to say that I'm a nursing assistant, but I do like the NA. A thick splash down that covers the entire stage. Okay. That would be kind of fun. Okay, you know what? That would be kind of awesome. If you lose against the Coho or whatever their name is, like the big boss. If you lose... Ow. There should be there should be like a suit. Like for the Coho, it should be like there should be like a thick splashdown that literally blows up the entire stage. My god. And like there should be a Booyah Bomb that covers the entire stage. There should be like an animation that loses the game, not just like, oh, you lost. I feel like that'd be kind of interesting. I'm dead. Nice. Like, I don't even know where I'd want to push up in this spot. I think I just paint while we wait. Yeah, this is the area that I can cover. Okay. Unless my teammates die. Whoa! Dude, hitting the pole feels awful. Got 2 blasters. I need to hit my shots. That's my bad. But there should be something that happens at the end of a big, like the extra wave that like ends the game if you don't end it in time. You should have like an epic like super death. No, we didn't get a single shot on them. I need to hit my directs. Oh god. Brother. Hitting pole with blaster is the worst feeling. I didn't even know it was possible. Like I literally threw this push because of it. Also, they did not fix the magnetism to the tower. I thought they were supposed to fix it in one of the patches. I ended up, like, we lost one of our tournament games because of the magnetism stuff, because I thought that they fixed it, but they did not fix it. Wait, they got behind. Oops. Alright, I'm trolling. Let's just say Lee's in there. I bet. Okay, yeah, I can't sit in this spot. No! Okay. Almost. Alright, we need to like actually push. Oh, there, I'm dead. Oh my god, get destroyed. No, okay. I'd probably get off the tower if I was there. Oh shoot. No, I didn't mean to pull. Alright, I'm feeling a little bit better with this weapon, but it still feels not great. I certainly need to work on it. I just hate playing non-shooters in solo queue because you keep getting these kinds of comps that are just like... they're in no way indicative of how competitive actually like functions. But it goes back to people saying that like you should use solo queue as a way to practice mechanics, which, you know, in this case is totally valid. But I actually like want to play the game because like playing the game is fun. I enjoy doing that with this video game, but that game I definitely could have super hard carried. I wasn't watching like drops and stuff. And if I'm going to be playing farther back, it's really important for me to be focusing on the bigger picture of stuff. I can't get away with what do I do in front of me. I have to keep an eye out for everyone else. I'm playing solo queue for mechanics, it makes me want to pull my hair out. That's fair. It's just like, I don't know. It just feels silly. It just makes me feel like, goes back to my initial sentiment where in this game, you should be able to see your teammates. You should be able to pick your weapons with your teammates at the same time. And the fact that like they really dropped the ball solo queue by not allowing that. Because like if we have a charger, I'm not gonna play blaster. But if I play blaster, maybe someone switches off charger. But like we have 2 blasters, a brush, and a freaking dynamo. I should not have gone for that. If I quick super, I need 2, oh not 2. I just need at least 1 main enough, or 1 sub with quick super jump. I wouldn't have gone for that, but I'm dead. I need to be careful about ink mines when I'm pushing forward. Yo, what's up, Xer? Yeah, we have time for the next couple of weeks, so might as well practice stuff. Oh shit. But my team is getting absolutely wrecked. Good help. This is unfortunate. I got 2 somehow. Last 2 are on tower. I don't know. I should have shot the one that takes longer first. No. Yeah, check the. Oh no, I'm stuck. No. Okay, we took lead at least. X rank? Yeah, this is some X rank going on. Our power control rank is only like 2200. We've been slacking. We've been a little bit too silly, a little bit too goofy. I didn't mean to drop there, but I really didn't want to die. Not the... Sad. We're gonna wipe and we're gonna lose lead. Yeah, comp has very little paint. Thank you. Should be able to get value at checkpoint. Just have to deal with this pent player. Okay. Wait. Get them off the tower. Nice. Alright. Things you never want to say is a blaster. I need the paint. It's so important for me to paint right now. Like, this angle is really nice. Nice blaster. Jesse, we need the paint. Cross construction work to move computers. Oh no. Bumpy ride, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we have some construction around our area, and like when they actually are doing stuff, which I don't, hopefully y'all can't hear the beeping and stuff going on in the background, but like they'll like kick up a bunch of like debris. And so I'll be like walking my dogs and I can just feel it coursing through my veins. The one nice thing about being at 2200 is that you're basically smurfing, so you can feel good about make the have the house to yourself to Wednesday or Thursday. Let's go. Do you have any plans? I'm not gonna lie, I think it's me getting older, but just like having the house to yourself. Sometimes it's just nice because you can just be silly. I don't know how to, like, you just kind of just get to do whatever. Because like sometimes I'll not do things to be more courteous to my wife. Because like sometimes if I'm like making food or doing dishes or something, I'll be blasting the TV so I have my cocoa melon to watch while I'm doing chores. But yeah, usually I'm not trying to be really loud if my wife's like playing games or watching something herself, then it's like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. But the one thing I will say, not having, yo, what's up, Zaya? Welcome in. Yo, what the heck? Thank you so much. How goes it, Zaya? How has life been? But one thing that is weird, because like sometimes like when we'll go on the vacation, we'll make we'll put the dogs in a boarding area, and like going to bed without everything, or like trying to sleep when everything that you're used to isn't there, whether it be like if I had to, like sometimes I have to travel for like work, or I had to travel in the past for work stuff. And during that time, like going to bed without my wife is like really weird. And it's the same thing when we put our dogs in boarding, like putting dogs in boarding and not having them next to you and like taking up all your leg space. Oh my goodness. I should have specialed earlier. Brother, I cannot aim. Don't ask me to aim. But it's like, it's supposed, if on the surface it feels like it should be nice, but it's like the worst thing. It's so miserable and it feels so weird not having your dogs like laying with you. Although one of them doesn't sleep on the bed, but the little baby one does. And our other bigger one, before she passed, she would lay on the bed. I don't want to focus on objective here because I know there's someone top left, but... Oh, they're behind us. I probably should worry about that now. Okay. Dude, it's kind of cool playing a different weapon. Oh my god. Okay. And actually getting good value. Hydrate, thank you. Next time I go down, you have the dogs on your feet. I live by that. That is so true, bro. I'll hydrate next death that I have. Also, blue sling, I think I mispronounced that. Are you an Australian player? I definitely lost to you in solo queue, if you're who I'm thinking of. I want to say play Splatlings, but I could be wrong. And you could be someone completely different, but thank you so much for the follow. I gotta hydrate. European? Oh, I see. Oh, Splatlings? Okay. Yeah, I think you're just like consistently top 500. Very good player. Very, very good. And to deal with the sword. Okay. Oh no. My timings. This weapon feels weird. I have enough for... Oh, for this. Probably didn't need to actually special there. Oh, I got stuck on the grates. I wonder if I'm supposed to just drop there. I think I'm supposed to just hit my shots, if I'm being completely honest. Nice. Alright, 3 down, let's go. I love the new Rapid Pro. Yeah, when other people are playing it, it's great. When I play it, it's funny. Oh my... Like, painting for myself is like just so awkward. Yeah, these spots are really good. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, team. You'll truly deserve better. I don't know if there's someone far right. No, I partialed. Question mark? Oh no. No, the dynamo missed. NT. I feel like I shouldn't. Like I should not be sitting over here. Ouch. Yeah, I'm really throwing on these plays. Would have preferred the wave breaker. Nice. Yeah, I think whale works, but wave breaker is definitely like, if you're playing a more defensive weapon, it's definitely nicer, in my opinion, to have it as a tool. Also, no. I wasn't sure if my brush was gonna go for that or not. I probably should have stayed on this side, because one of us had to find the blaster. But we had more time than I thought we did, so I didn't need to rush at the tower as fast as I did. Yeah, I think whale like works, but... And I think there's certain spots where whale's actually kind of nice, but... Wavebreaker effectively does the same thing. Alright, 2-2. I apologize. We're taking the longest amount of time possible to get to the reviews, but you know. At least we get a little drama in our +10. Hopefully +10. I also need to make a build at some point. I'm pretty sure I have all the chunks that I need. Oh, I can't see it in this screen. I'm pretty sure I have the chunks that I need. Yo, is it Lenny IRL? Hopefully, if I mispronounce your name, please just correct me. But thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I think we're actually close to 1,000 followers. Not to shill for myself, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, we got some replays on the docket after this. Because I didn't stream for a few days because I had some IRL stuff going on, and yeah. But if you would like to get a replay done, it is completely free. Just have to be a little bit patient. Like I said, we're gonna probably do a bunch of early morning streams this week, and we'll plow through. And I want to get better at getting those updated onto the YouTube, the condensed versions. Down arrow on the Switch keyboard? Wait, what do you mean the down arrow? For char raid boost or real? For char is the goat. I'm not, do you mean like going all the way to the end of the text? Because I don't think that's possible. I know you can use like R and L to do that, but maybe you mean something else. Watch the tech. Oh, the double wall paint. Let's go. We're crazy. Yeah, I have no idea about angles on this map. Holy jump scare. V-roller jump scare. Holy. No, I died to the curling bomb. I should have just got a roll off. I thought I could have maneuvered past it, but I could not. Last one top left. Okay, yeah, there was little hope for me there. Teammate get the pick? Nice. Nice, okay. RV shot's going crazy. Just gonna try to remember to paint walls while I can. Painting walls are good to do ahead of time, so you don't have to paint them when you need it. Holy. Oh, I'm dead. That's my bad. I should have pre-fired that faster. Alright, Austin's just a splash. We should be fine. Copium. Alright. Alright, my teammates are carrying me. Let's go. You know what's up? Is it Tube? Denizen? Tube? Tube? Sorry. Please correct me, but welcome in. Close your eyes. We're gonna hit a crazy direct when we jump. We did not hit a crazy direct when we jumped, so shoot. I shot at the mask 3 times. Are you doing codes? Yeah, we're gonna be doing codes right now. We just won our series. That was the plus 10 of all plus 10s. But we take it, we take it. Next time, truly. Nice, yeah, get me out of that fist bump. They should like shove you out of the picture if you do bad enough. Tube Denizen? Awesome. Thank you so much for your patience. That would be kind of funny. You like fist bump. Wait, okay. It's just because my rank is so low, probably. I haven't done any I think I did like 1 rotation after calc. But that's a plus 10 all day. I should never be in not plus 10. Anyways. As Messi very eloquently gave me a nice segue, we're going to get right into the reviews. Right into them. So allow me to slowly take my time and get this stuff slowly added. Astrally gave us 3 Trident Cup games. I should probably get back to them at some point to do the other ones, but I only want to do one at a time. But definitely appreciate Astrally for that. But I probably should go back and watch the games. Or maybe I can have X-Ray potentially look at it if X-Ray ever wants to do a review, because it was like late Tetras and stuff. Anyways. Let's get it. Their name is just S, which is very ominous. S ... but also very cool. So I'm a fan. I think I saw them playing in a tournament recently. I want to say that they're a mid-level player, because I think it was the mid-level tournament that we were playing in that I think they were in that server for the little invitational that Moo and crew hosted. Oh, it's Samino. Okay, well, yeah, that definitely makes sense. That adds up. That exists. That is so real. Humpback. Whoa. This looks like heavy crimes. I wonder if Devi is part of the heavy crimes that we're about to see committed. X-Ray Coach Canna. I know X-Ray isn't like super focused on it, but X-Ray is big brain when it comes to— wait, is that the dude and Milana? Holy. And Genie and Leaf. I'm sorry, I know IMAD from solo queue, but I don't actually know who they are in the competitive scene. But we got a whole room of celebrities here. Also, I didn't look at our build. Okay, we're running our run speed. Oh, Ahmed. And not. Okay, there's one person on each team I'm not super familiar with, and I apologize for that. But anyways, so yeah, some of the notes in the review mention. Also, I should probably. I'm at a really weird time, so probably no one will make it during this time. But might as well extend the courtesy. All right. Oh shoot! I need to post the review stuff from the other places. Anyways, we have a little box for like a little in the template for the reviews. There's an area with additional context, and I love when people fill that out. Helps me out a ton. Anyways, they said they wanted to fine tune their positioning and plays. Working the I didn't update the doobop. 1 second. Also, I didn't switch to the. Right. There's a couple of things that we need to do. Shoot. This goes to. Sorry. I think that will make it better. And then we need to update the text. Imagine me doing this ahead of time. Couldn't be me. People just call it the DV, or is it just heavy Deco? Probably just heavy Deco. Other one's funnier though. All right. Oh, I didn't check it. This has to be open. Yeah, open. I'm gonna put yeah, it's just open. But they're playing with friends. And then yo, what's up, boss? I'm ready. Listen to your coaching. We're here. And then their 26x, their X power is about 2650. Okay. Samino, very, very good player. And they do a lot in the community. Very awesome person. So, in here, first thing I want to mention, usually we go over team comps, but we have a lot of heavy. The one thing I will say is that we do have opportunities to be more aggressive. Like, we're going to definitely be stally in a lot of spots, but we do have a lot of Kraken, which partially that's nice because Kraken's good, but we're playing against another Kraken and double Inkjet. So Kraken will actually keep us safe and have survivability when these people use their specials. Heavy paint's relatively fast, but it probably doesn't get... It'll get special probably before the rapid, because I nerfed that thing to 210. Yo, Virus Garden. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. So, but the Nova's gonna get a lot of... Especially if it's Dude's Nova. Don't get it twisted. Dude's Nova, very good, I'm sure. I've actually seen him play Nova, but Dude's a very good player. But there'll be a lot of jetpacks going around in Inkjets that we have to dodge, so this gives us some additional survivability for us being as slow and immobile as we are. Anyways, in the notes, they mentioned that a bit of an odd game to review, clearly. I wanted to focus on individual matchups against opponents' weapons. Anything in regards to my team, if that makes sense. I feel like it was a game I performed pretty well and wanted to see if there's any mistakes or areas that I can improve. Gotcha. Awesome. Alrighty. So, we're going to be looking at fights that we take. Also, I don't know which one is which. Are we always the first one? I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, the one thing I did want to say before we get too into it is that usually, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people that played a lot of Splatoon 2 could help me out, but I'm trying to think of where Heavy would want to position themselves. Like positioning themselves in the window and positioning themselves in the bunker like Genie's doing currently are both very good positions. And the med is, I think they had a birthday recently. Happy birthday if you ever see this, which probably won't happen, but happy birthday. But yeah, they're sitting in the window over here. So I think both of these spots make a lot of sense. But heavy, for being a backliner, it isn't mobile, but it can definitely reposition quite a bit. So there is some flexibility to its game. So we'll see how it works. And again, positioning 4 of them, you're gonna have to be pretty flexible. But we can kind of chill, find our picks and find opportunities, and then like take objective after. But I'm gonna guess we're probably not gonna KO here. We're probably gonna like slowly get leads, and if we can out scrap them, then we can get chunks of points then. But our team is scary once we have control. Our team also has no subs, which is gonna be a little dicey. Okay. Nice. Yeah, this opening was fine. One like small matchup thing, because we were talking about like specifically in the notes we were talking about like matchups. When Genie goes down here, we know that there's a heavy, so I think it's probably good for us to slow down a little bit, but I don't know. We don't have a ton of help for this type of play, so I don't... This is where my experiences as Kraken versus like seeing other people's Kraken may differ a little bit, because I'm not like a huge Kraken player just as is. But yeah, in these types of scenarios, I feel like we don't like to get the most value out of Kraken. If the rest of either the rest of our team is with us to pressure it, or there's like something happening with the objective that is going to want to make the enemy team like have to deal with it. And it approaching checkpoint kind of accomplishes that, so I don't hate this Kraken, but I think the enemy team played it a little bit desperate to stop the tower, which it goes back to using it at a time when objective is at an unknown point. And checkpoint getting to the first checkpoint, or tower getting to first checkpoint, is one of those opportunities. But so far we've taken it slow, and we initially engaged them with our specials. Okay, yeah, we're repositioning. Yeah, again, in these types of spots, either we need to have Kraken ready to pop it in retaliation to this and look to get value, or just reposition altogether. So this is good. I do think that that is very aggressive. I would not go for this type of play when tower's moving toward us, because that means the rest of the enemy team is also moving toward us. And I like us trying to get our... Just notice the copy as this is some open play. Like, we're so close to special here that I would rather us just get Kraken and use Kraken for this, because when they start having inkjets like this and the tower's moving toward us, like, this is a bit of a cheeky play, and the fact that we're trying to swing out before tower gets through. You know, like we're trying to beat this timing window so that maybe we can catch them off guard, which potentially we can, but with our comp, and especially with one of our teammates down, like there's a good chance we're not going to have a lot of pressure to take this type of fight. So in other games, this type of play makes a little bit more sense, but we're so close to special, I'd rather us just take the easier way out and just Kraken because we'll get Kraken before this checkpoint happens, so we can still defend this here. But this feels a little bit greedy, especially when Inkjet still has like at least one more shot. But we did try to time it when the Inkjet was going away, so the okay idea, but we had special ready to be able to handle that. Okay. Yeah, I like that we're casually, like, because we're a heavy range weapon, or a longer range weapon is the heavy. I like that every time that we get into fights with these shorter range weapons, we casually are like slowly moving backwards in order to keep our range advantage. So I've seen us do it a couple of times this game, and it's, you know, that's Samino is a very strong backline there, so it makes a lot of sense. I don't think we need yet 2 people on tower. Be careful about that. Yeah. So again, when it comes to matchups and stuff, I do like that we get initial shots onto the window. If we get our initial shots, we get chipped once, and there's a good chance that if we stay here, we're gonna get directed. And us getting the pick on the blaster is probably slightly less likely. Trade is possible, but this is not really in our favor, so I like us disengaging. But I think during this, I think they already had special, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, like in this type of spot, when we're going for these plays, when we have downtime like this, we should be constantly checking like just the overall UI. Look for player advantage, which 2 of them are respawning in, so we can be a little bit more aggressive like we are now. But like check our specials, check enemy specials, you know, keep an eye on the time. Sometimes pushes will just happen for a long time, and then you'll check the scoreboard and like, oh, it's only a minute and a half left. I feel like the game just started. So sometimes just keeping an eye on this and just knowing game states and stuff is good. But specifically, like we mentioned at the beginning of this game, they have double jet or double pack, and our special does a really good job with it. So if we can be very observant of when these people have specials, and we can use our special to counter, just so that we don't get splatted, then we're in a better spot. So while we have this downtime, and as we're moving and approaching, we should be able to kind of check the special difference and see who's got what. So I feel like we got a little bit caught off guard here when like the second that we hear the inkjet or we see this no longer be shiny, we can just kind of we can just emergency, just panic, use our Kraken, and that should give us enough time. There might be a window sometimes where we get directed immediately, but I don't think that's one of those spots. And if it happens, it happens. But we haven't really gotten value out of our special in this type of spot. And I think that we're playing the 1-to-1 matchups okay, but yeah. And we do get a pick here, but I think the T-Tech makes a mistake by dropping. Like, I feel like we're using our Kraken to force during... like, last time we forced when we were at the first checkpoint, which is good, but this time we kind of just like, oh, I have special, I'm going to move over to the left side, and I'm just going to use it and hope for the best. And I think we can use it to either counter the inkjets, or we use it when we're, you know, on the objective or enemies on tower, and we can use it to potentially stop. So we're doing a really good job playing around our teammates going in and using Kraken, so this is great. I would probably cross, yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, and then if we hit our shots, we should be chilling. Good movement, that was really good movement. Just, I mean, this is just like a good splatling player here, but we're just casually like strafing in between all of this. We did it a little bit to space ourselves as best we could against the Rapid Blaster, but, you know, against all the other stuff, it's just trying to get that out as fast as we can. One thing I notice, and we haven't, this is, I think, technically this is our third Kraken, but one thing I've noticed when watching the Nintendo Championship stuff and the qualifiers, when people use Kraken, sometimes like even when you're fully charged and you can get the shot off, so or like the charge off, I'll give an example here, and I think we kind of do it, but like in this type of spot here, this person is in such a bad spot. So when we're charging up, I'll see a lot of good Kraken players, like just half a second or a fraction of a second, they'll hold the charge and make sure that they know where this person's going. Because sometimes it's easy to get into the habit with Kraken to just, okay, charge ready, charge go. And we're just trying to maximize the amount of times that we get our charges out. But sometimes we can slow down a little bit, know where this person's going, and be ready to punish. And I can tell that, like, when we were charging up our Kraken here, we were keeping an eye on where this last person was going, and that way we're able to get the punish. But it's a nice little trick when we're using Kraken, is just like slow it down just a fraction of a second and just make sure that you're getting quality charges or whatever that maneuver is called. I just call it jump and charge, but I'm not sure it's a technical name. And yeah, holding this area is really good. Because like tower's all the way on the left side, but this positioning is really good because we deny them this rail and we're forcing them to have to all go this way. Because if someone drops over here, you know, we get the punish. And if someone tries to go for a cheeky play all the way over here, we also can potentially punish. Okay, this is really good spacing. A little bit fortunate there, but both people had to take risk. Yeah, that's good. And yeah, this is a part where we can kind of snowball quite a bit. And yeah, I want us to get our Kraken before the enemy team responds. I think we use it a little bit early here. I do not think that we need a Kraken as early as we do in this spot. I like that. Like, I love the fact that we get the wipe and we're immediately trying to, like, we want to have this up so that we can use it. But when the enemy team respawns, like, A, they're not going to have specials because they don't have, like, cooler or anything. So, like, there's a good chance that they need a little bit of time to get their special. And with the tower approaching this point and approaching this last checkpoint, there's a chance that we can use our Kraken and, like, in the game. You know, the enemy team has to, like, push the tower and we can use our Kraken for that type of timing. And I think it's really good for us to get Kraken here, but there's no reason for us to like pop it now. Like this person's not really looking at us. They don't really have any like specific threats. I'd rather us use it for a specific purpose. Because we can stall here, but we don't really need to stall because we already have lead. When we have a lead like this, especially when there isn't I mean, there's still a decent amount of time. But I'd rather hold on to the Kraken as long as we can so that, you know, if we use this when we're on this checkpoint instead of using it when the tower's here, then we're looking at KO potential. But now we have to force a play here, and the enemy team can take the option because we used it so early. And granted, we do have redundancy. We do have 4 Krakens, but, you know, with the like we're in a very good position, especially. But I'd rather us hold it a little bit longer and like force them to panic. Versus like they can just kind of wait this out and they can start dropping once you're out of it. Because they'll either get the free pick on you or you have to like drop in this kind of scenario. Yeah, it's like they're able to like get into position on this checkpoint because we used it so early. Which you still might be able to make the most of it, but yeah, I think especially with 2 Krakens there, I'm pretty sure I think we're supposed to KO in that spot. And we just use our Kraken a little bit early. But again, I like that we're trying to reposition and then, you know, they have their inkjets and we don't have a way to deal with it. We're a very slow weapon. But overall, good push. It's a little bit of a scary scenario, but I think we can hold on. Nice. I should be able to get the pre-fire. One thing I like to mention is I always just like to highlight good stuff. Samino's a really, really good player, and this is just like a small objective thing that I want to highlight for people that are potentially just like learning from these reviews. Char doing viewer PB's Pog. But in this scenario, we know tower is moving closer toward us. And so we're just gonna chill until tower's in a position that's advantageous for us to start moving at it. Like, we're not rushing to get into a position to deal with this because they have a blaster in mid. So if we either run out or we like try to get high ground or try to push toward mid, this blaster should be able to deal with us. So like, we take a very patient approach here and we wait for the tower to get to this point where like it's moving closer to us before we actually reveal ourselves. And like waiting for tower to get to that position versus trying to immediately get there as fast as we can makes the situation a lot easier for us. So the little bit of hesitation to fit our timing window is really important here. And I just wanted to highlight that. Again, I think this is a little unnecessary. We had a 2v1 against the T-Tech, and with this amount of time left, I would much rather us use our Kraken to counter an Inkjet. When there's only this much time left, they probably only get, realistically, like one more good special out of all of them, so I'd rather us do that instead. But we're still in a good spot. And again, we have 4 people with Kraken, so there's redundancy in our overall team comp and wanting to have Kraken for this scenario. So if we don't have Kraken here, we can kind of chill a little bit. Nice. And again, just small minor things with a lot of this this gameplay where we're moving ourselves. Like when we take this fight, I feel like realistically we should be jumping backwards instead of jumping this way, but the overall idea is the same. I do think that we probably can just drop off tower and be as far away as possible, but you know, we do want some left-right movement, so I think this is fine. But we're moving like kind of farther away from the rest of the action so that, you know, we can bait this person into taking the fight on the enemy team, but our Kraken can come in and clean it up regardless of the outcome. Fortunately, we're able to survive, but there's a chance we could have traded there when we didn't necessarily need to. Yeah, it's only a little bit of time left, so I think we can kind of Kraken gaming. So yeah, overall, good stuff. That was an interesting game, surely, but when it comes to our overall fighting, I think we played it pretty well. I think our spacing was solid. I think, you know, even when tower was pushing toward the left side, we did a good job of holding a position on the right side. There was a lot of really positive things that we did throughout this game. My dogs hear someone outside, so they're whining. They're so sad. So I think there was a lot of good that we did. And when we talked about like our positioning and how we took fights, I don't know. I think for the most part, we played it really well. Our movement was good. You know, subtly backing up when we are taking fights against the shorter range shooters versus taking more equal fights with the heavy. I think we played this very well. I think the few kind of nitpicks that I have with this replay is probably going to be specifically revolved around the special. Because I think I think there's interesting use cases that we potentially overlook here. So kind of the first thing that I want to mention is like, oh shoot, like why Kraken? Why do we want to use Kraken? And like, yes, it can deal with objective well. You know, you can get people off tower. You can provide a buffer for the rest of the tower. So like if your team's going for first checkpoint over here, you can control this area with Kraken so your team can actually get the objective. So that's one way, is to yo, what's up, Seth? Welcome in. How you doing, gamer? So like you can provide the buffer and for the objective, which I think we did this really well. But there's some other interesting use cases that we can potentially have here. I think part of it is some of it goes toward the objective itself. This buffering for the objective, I'm thinking about in more of a reaction to what the enemy's trying to do. But you can also use it proactively. You can be proactive on the objective by, you know, finding good timing windows. You know that the enemy wants to sit in a certain place, or they're going to be in a certain place at deliberate points in the map. And TC, because the tower has to be moved on a set path, knowing these timing windows is really important. And we did this with our main weapon really, really well when we were sitting over here. And tower was over here. It started moving to the second checkpoint. And we could have started going for the tower when it was here immediately after. Like we could have, you know, looked for an opportunity to push it. But because we're a heavy, we just chilled and waited for it to get to a spot like around here when it was within our range. And we get a free pick. We actually went over at the top here and we played around the top of the bunker. But this was very good. But we can also do this with a, yo, what's up, Sons? Welcome in. We can also do this with Kraken in certain spots as well. And it works a little bit better on offense because the enemy team kind of has to do something or else you're scoring. But the proactive one that I was mentioning before, that's like when we wiped the enemy up here. We were sitting up here. Tower just got past this checkpoint and it's starting to move toward the third checkpoint. Just making dinner. Nice. But yeah, definitely good morning. It's at 9 a.m. We're up on early schedule this week and next week and probably for the next couple weeks. But yeah, hopefully people enjoy the earlier streams. But in the spot we were sitting, there's so much construction going on and people moving in and out and around. My dogs are getting very stimulated. They're very excited. I might need to quiet them down. Someone just walked past. Anyways, in these types of scenarios, we're close to our Kraken, and I love that we paint for our Kraken. So like we get our special, but we used our Kraken when tower was here. And so the enemy team, like you controlled this whole area with Kraken, but the enemy team didn't have to drop during that time. And they were able to wait until after the Kraken was over before they started actually pushing. And that was part of the reason why you weren't able to KO. But if you would have held off, instead of using Kraken here kind of arbitrarily because we have it up, if we would have waited until we got onto the tower or we were approaching tower, then we can use it to like actually score points here. And if we Kraken at this time instead, we probably can keep our Kraken until KO. Like we probably, I don't know exactly how long the Kraken window is, and it depends on your build and everything, but there's definitely times where we can kind of force the objective and make the enemy team very, very uncomfortable. Because when we use our Kraken early, they don't have to drop. But if we use Kraken at this point, then at some point, like, oh shoot, we have to drop because we need to stop this, otherwise we lose. And when the enemy mentally is like, oh, we have to do something or else we lose or else this is a really bad spot, that's when we want to pop our Kraken, ideally. The other thing is that we can use it to counter specials and other plays overall. And a good special for Kraken to counter, and a lot of times when you watch Japan play this, or at least, I don't know how their meta's developed recently, but earlier on, yo, welcome in, Brick. Hello, hello. 2 days ago, you got another badge. Nice. Congrats, congrats. But when they have double Inkjet in their comp, we can use Kraken to still be aggressive and still create space, or hold space a little bit easier to slow the enemy team down when they're using their Inkjet. Because otherwise, especially if we're running this kind of comp, all of our weapons are very slow. So if they start using Inkjets, we should either we're gonna get splatted or we have to like jump out or just back out completely. And Kraken allows us to slow the enemy team down a little bit, because if they start trying to take space, then we can like look to take a fight during that time. Super small tournament, but it's a free badge. Let's go, let's go. We take the free badges. But good stuff, good stuff. So that's like those scenarios I want us to be thinking about using our special. And that goes into the other point of, I want us to get into the habit of checking UI during downtime. Downtime is hard when it comes to Splatoon because it's just so fast paced and there's so much going on. But, you know, in spots where the enemy team is very clearly behind, you know, they're not in mid at all, and we're starting to move forward, like those are times where we can check. I mean, check the overall scoreboard because there's more information than that. But in this game specifically, keeping an eye on their specials and keeping an eye on jetpacks. Because there was a clear opportunity here, and I think there was technically 2 opportunities for us to actually go in and like still be aggressive, and we can react to their inkjets, because they're not inkjetting us, they were inkjetting other people on our team. And we can use that opportunity to pop Kraken, and, you know, we're not going to get one shot initially, and then we can look to move forward and still fight for space when they have their very powerful specials that their team's trying to push with. So that's the main thing here. Otherwise, I think we played this very, very well. I think main weapon wise, I think you killed it. But I think there were some interesting things we could have done with our Kraken specifically to definitely have a much stronger opportunity. Like if we use Kraken at the right time when we were up here, we probably had like a 60-65% chance of KOing, but using it early, it like probably reduces that to like 30 or 35, unless our teammates get picks. But yeah, I think I think there's an interesting opportunity with the redundancy of 4 Kraken, specifically against enemy comp. But in terms of main weapon, like especially playing like as a splatling, playing the slicks and like the unpaintable walls and floors and ledges and stuff, and like our movement and stuff, like it's just super clean. It's what I'd expect out of like a splatling main, but like we executed very, very well here. So definitely kudos to the main weapon usage, and sub stuff generally was pretty good. I think he had a good handle on where they were. He didn't really get caught off guard too much. So I think he played it pretty well, but I would be a little bit more careful and thoughtful of like when we're using Kraken and specifically why we're using Kraken. I think we can squeeze out more value and be able to play the game with less hesitation. But overall, really, really good stuff. I'm surprised we were able to have enough interesting talking points with a 4 heavy deco. comp. Yeah, 20. Yeah, I was gonna say we played this really, really well, and I absolutely loved in certain scenarios, where we were able to hold off parts of the map with our heavy when the enemy team was able to kind of push us. Double Inkjet has been such a pain to play against. I personally think it's better than Crab, but yeah, the thing with double Inkjet, especially on something like Ballpoint, which they nerfed a little bit, but at least where it is right now, like pre-nerf to Ballpoint paint, I think they did that. You could just spam paint for Inkjet, and it's a very scary scenario. Like, it's very scary to have to just constantly deal with it. And Ballpoint didn't even have to play to the strengths of the splatling. You can just have the long range threat while also constantly painting. But yeah, I think right now we're still in a spot where Inkjet is very, very, very strong. I think in certain cases, double Inkjet is very scary. But I will say that they've been pretty okay so far, and obviously there's going to be more kits that get released, but they've done a pretty good job so far with things like missiles and things like, you know, the double inkjet stuff, that it's not on too oppressive of weapons, if that makes sense. Like, I think if T-Tech or something existed with an inkjet and inkjet was as strong as it is right now, it would be very frustrating and very scary. Even more scary than it is now, and Ballpoint's already in a pretty good spot. Yo, what's up, Cup? Imagine having the competence to have your gameplay reviewed. Couldn't be me. It's tough, it's tough. I always say it, but like, being vulnerable, especially on the internet, it's hard to be vulnerable on the internet, but you know, putting your gameplay out there to have other people kind of, the goal of it to kind of criticize it, and I try to do a good job of highlighting like good parts of it all, and I try not to be mean with anything. So I like to think, and I'm trying to foster an environment where people can make mistakes, and you know, if I make mistakes, I try to talk through them and why I'm making the mistakes that I am, or you know, try to provide some context. But the end goal for me, at least, is just to have a learning opportunity. So there's definitely a lot of overall throwing yourself out there is always tough, but trying to foster an environment that's at least a little bit less intimidating to go into. A little scary to do that stuff, but casual, not as important. Fair. I would love to get my salmon run stuff reviewed if they had review codes at some point in that mode. I feel like it'd be interesting. Thank you. Yeah, that's the goal here. I'll trying to learn. And there's always, having different perspectives is like the best way to learn. You see what other people do, and that's why I like doing these. Like, I really enjoy personally doing reviews, but I think there's definitely a learning opportunity by just watching and observing other reviews and just hearing other people talk about the game analytically. Because not everything that I say is like, you know, the most thought-provoking, oh, we need to write this down kind of thing. Like, you know, there's a lot that I still need to learn, but there's a lot of things that, you know, there's conversations that get sparked because of, you know, gameplay and just having stuff to talk through, talk over, that can help lead to better enlightenment. Sometimes for myself, and then hopefully for other people. So yeah, that's definitely the goal. But I hope you're doing well, Cup. Thinking in the mindset to help you rather than to roast you, yeah. And it's tough because in a world of our social media climate, and even in the content creation climate, there are a lot of people that are like, you know, oh, like this person's so bad and they did all this stuff. It's just like, I don't know. It's one thing, like, I understand the competitive spirit of stuff, and like sometimes trash talking people like while you're playing just because of the intensity of it all, which obviously if you're just in your own Discord VC, like, person's not going to hear it, but like people will go out of their way, like outside of the actual game to be like, I'm gonna post a screenshot of someone going like 0-12 or like 2-14. It's just like, why are we doing this? Like, I understand it can be a little bit therapeutic for some people, but it just, I don't know. It's a weird environment to be in. Welcome in, Clowny. Welcome in. So good. I wish. We're getting there. We're getting there. It has been fun learning new weapons, though, I have to say. But thank you so much, and I hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're having a nice morning. Or afternoon, evening, if you are in a place that isn't morning. So that was a cool replay. Let's keep moving along. We have a review from Aztec. Oh, from the, I think it's from the Ink Up. I think that's the name of the tournament. It's like a, I think it's bi-weekly or maybe it's monthly. But it's like a low ink, and I think some low ink teams are banned from it. But it's like a bit of a, like, it's a team environment, so we're definitely going to be going over coordination. But there's also a lot of interesting things I'm sure that we can be able to point out. And I always love myself a nice team environment to kind of talk through. Solo queue is good as well, but I think there's a lot of interesting lessons to be had here. Alright, I need to get more water because yeah, I need to get more water. So I'm gonna do that and then we'll get into it. I'm really excited. But I'll provide some context before I go. So this is from the Ink Up round 2, game 2. Nice, nice. We are on ballpoint. Also, I want to update the little indicator. Maybe I should do that before I start typing stuff, or before I start saying stuff. I'm sorry, I don't know what your team is, but because you all have matching names, I'm guessing that it's probably a relatively established team, or at least you're playing more than just this one tournament together, which is always cool. I think being in an environment to learn with the same group of people really helps in the long run. Sometimes it takes a little bit for everyone's personalities and stuff to kind of mesh, but yeah. Anyways, playing Blitz, Inkblot, goals to get to mid-level. We love to see it. Position or how to make my inkjets better. Still getting used to BP, inkjet, and inkjet. Also newer to backline. Wow. So there's a lot of change, a lot of newness to all this. So yeah, as someone that's recently trying to learn Rapid Blaster in a competitive setting, it's definitely very scary. So I definitely can resonate with that. But fortunately, I've seen enough inkjet and played with enough BP that we're chilling. Anyways, makes me sad when I see content creators straight up trash people midstream. Moments I felt myself tipping under the edge. If you have an audience, you really need to watch what you say. Oh, people outside. 1 second. Alrighty. Apologies in advance for some of the dogs barking in the background. They have we're in like a little bit of a newer place, and they have people on like not cranes, but like the little lifts, and they're like checking on all the windows so they can hear the beeping outside, and the beeping's getting even louder. And it's like, yeah, they've had to deal with a lot of beeping. There's also a newer building that they're still constructing, and for whatever reason, like all of the smoke detectors are all like beeping. It's like the beep that happens when they're like low on battery. But sometimes when we're like going on walks, so if we walk past that building, you'll just hear like a sea of like the fire alarm chimes going on. It's a little over the top, but until the construction's fully complete, my dogs are a little bit on edge, so I definitely apologize in advance. Yeah, definitely have to watch what you say. Lots of friends who have gotten roasted by bigger streamers. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And I know that in certain cases, I'm gonna put BP for ballpoint. Yep. I don't know if there's a div necessarily for this that they give. Lower level. That should be reasonable enough. But yeah, I do think that people definitely have a responsibility that they're not fully aware of. I think the other thing, because I'm definitely the type of person that I very much get critical of other people as part of the reason why I like doing like bot reviews and stuff, is because I want to be critical of people because I want their overall goal to learn. I don't want to make them feel bad. I don't want to post a screenshot of, oh man, look at me with 30 splats and everyone else fed. Or, oh, look at me, I had a good game, but everyone else fed. Like, to me, I've never really appreciated people not being constructive, because it really is one of those things that, especially as a content creator and stuff online, like a lot of this is really meta, but, and I'm sure like you act differently and you kind of conform to the environment that streamer, or that, you know, whether they're doing videos, whether they do streaming, like the streamer kind of creates the environment for their audience. And there's no right or wrong way to like live your life or do whatever it is you want to do. But for me, I just want to have a constructive vibe. I get really bogged down when things get negative. I get really, really negative. And part of the reason why I kind of, especially recently, like I wanted to get back into content creation more. Like content creation's always been an on and off thing for me, but I really love the Splatoon community. I really do. But sometimes like the negativity, and like Twitter is like equals negativity. That's just kind of how it is, at least in the gaming spaces that I've been in, that are like super competitive, hypercritical, overly analytical, which none of those are like bad, because I'm very overly analytical. And whenever there's a new trailer out, I want to see the Chara video of like 15 minutes of analyzing a 30-second little trailer. Like all that stuff is very interesting to me, but it takes as much time to be kind and considerate, or at least be constructive and provide some reasoning on why you think certain ways, versus being just an asshole, lack of a better term, and just being very what's your overall agenda with what it is you're trying to say, or what's your overall agenda of like what it is you're trying to do. And if your overall agenda is to like bring negativity into the community, or to try to like tear someone down, yeah, there really isn't a time or place. I'm not someone that gets super heated, but I'm definitely someone that will be a little bit more, like solo queue gets the best of everyone. It's such an interesting mental battle because at some point, if you play enough solo queue, like you lose the overall battle, and it happens to everyone. And I'm definitely susceptible to it as well. If I feel like I've been unfairly put on, oh man, like if my teammates were a little bit better, we actually would have won this series kind of thing. And like it's very easy, especially if you're playing long hours in the day. And if you're a content creator for a game, you're playing very long hours of the day. I'm sure you definitely know Cup. Where it can definitely be very stressful. So I think it's like you're not a bad person if you do it, but I would definitely recommend, kind of analyzing your overall intentions and like what that does to your own mental health. Because again, like I am very susceptible to being in a negative mind space if I'm around other people that are also in a negative mind space. And I don't want to be that person. If I want to play solo queue, I want to improve, I want to play competitive, I want to get better. And that does require, it is a struggle. You can get negative spots. If you really want to push yourself, you have to throw yourself out there. You have to be vulnerable. You have to lose. It's tough. But at the end of all of it, you have to think about like what your impact is on the overall community and the impact that you want to have for those people. And when you look at people's audiences, whatever you allow or whatever you conduct with your own actions, with your words, with what you do, like you have that rippling effect with everyone else. Because I'll watch people's streams and like not that I act differently, but there's a different way that you go about things depending on who it is. Like a lot of my content is relatively dry, so like it's not that it's not interesting, but it takes a specific type of person to want to like, listen in or participate or, submit a review or, whatever the case is. So there is like little bits of gatekeeping that makes my life a little bit easier of like filtering and stuff. But, like there's other different streamers have their own way of going about it. I'm not saying anything new, but is definitely something like making content, streaming. It's something that I'm very sensitive about. It's something I'm very aware of. And, I just want people to have a good time. As you get older, you understand that you work, you have a life is frustrating. I'm not trying to be too doomer or anything, but like as you get older, it's like house payments, car payments, like there's just a lot of stress financially on people. The people that you love and care for, everyone starts getting older, health starts declining after you get to a certain age. And it's just like, life is hard. It really is hard. And when people are, even though mentally it can be draining and fatiguing and stressful, it's important to, at least for me, and again, everyone has their own way of living their life, but at least for me, I've always used video games as an escape, sometimes in healthy ways and sometimes in unhealthier ways. Because sometimes you probably shouldn't use video games as escapes. It depends. Like there's a balance for everything and finding a healthy balance. But if I'm trying to do streaming or content creation, there's a certain way that I reflect upon myself when I do stuff and wanting to just have like a more positive impact in the overall scheme of things. Because I always say it, when I first got into Splatoon, it was really hard. Like I remember finding like dude videos and stuff and like, oh, there is competitive Splatoon. And that's watching dude videos back in Splatoon 1 is like the reason why I came back to, because I bought Splatoon 1 on launch, I played it for a month and I just thought nothing of it. Same thing with Splatoon 2. But there was always in the back of my mind, I saw dude and like I forgot what competitive team he was on at the time, but like he like made YouTube videos of like being on competitive teams. So, like there's always been this competitive aspect of Splatoon that I always wanted to get to, but I always had a hard time finding it. And then obviously at the end of Splatoon 2 and when I started streaming and I found like Bab and he kind of helped me get into the scene and everything, I found the scene, but not all of, and again, there's no right or wrong way to create content or to talk about the game, but the hyper niche kind of trying to be analytical or just trying to talk about the game in a constructive way, so you want to see other people improve and you want to see yourself improve. Sometimes it's hard to find that in the Splatoon community. So I look at myself and I think about littler me back in Splatoon 1, where I'm like, oh man, like Splatoon's really cool. And I was just interested. I'm always interested at like min-maxing, grinding, trying to get better, trying to improve. And I always think about myself trying to get into competitive Splatoon whenever I do my content creation. And like, you know, can I be a place for younger me that wanted to learn this game competitively and have a place to actually learn and actually, you know, be able to make mistakes, but have a path forward and a known path to actually improve. So that's what I try to do. Again, the type of content that I create is definitely the content that I watch, but it's not the content that I watch and want to consume like all the time. Sometimes I do want to watch like very silly stuff, and like there's a time and place for even myself that I'm like, okay, my brain is fried at this point. I've watched too much competitive games and stuff, and I'm too analytical. I need to kind of just chill. So I wouldn't want everyone to like have the same content that I do, or like what I'm trying to do. But so yeah, it's important for everyone to have their own thing, and I think there's a place for their own thing. But exactly as you mentioned, there's very much an effect that a content creator has on their audience. And at the end of the day, like an audience are people, you know, like at the end of the day, people have an influence on other people. And whatever influence that you have, you want to hopefully make sure that it's something that you actually want to see. Sorry, I went on a really big tangent, but again, it's an interesting discussion. So I'm glad that you bring it up, but I'm sorry that you've had friends roasted. Because again, I'll definitely be critical in my games of other players, but I always try to be critical. Like the reason why I get like sometimes it gets frustrating is because, oh, I've seen people make the same mistake 100 times, and sometimes I'll make that mistake. And it's important, like for me, I don't have like a big platform, but I do have a platform, and I would like to, like when I see people make very common mistakes, for me, it's like there's an opportunity there. It's not like, oh, I want to make this person, if they see this, I want to make them cry or I want to make them upset. For me, it's like, oh, you know, I can talk about why this is frustrating that this is happening, but be very constructive, not really focus on the person, but focus on the effect of the game. And then the other side of it, which I'm trying to make more videos of, is like just make videos to educate on that specific topic. So like we're not focused on like the person anymore and like, oh man, I'm frustrated because I'm losing this game because of this thing. I can be outside of the situation, so there's not as many negative emotions attached to it, and we can kind of just talk through like, you know, this is a very common pitfall that people fall into. Splat zones and not painting for special before you push in is a very common mistake that I get very frustrated about. And you know, you can make a separate video on that to kind of help. But yeah, it's hard because the last thing I'll say about it, going back into like the using video games as an escape, you never really know the mentality that someone's going into the game with, or going into like, you know, even if you're playing in a tournament, if you're playing solo queue, if you're, you know, if there's someone, you know, if you're lucky enough to have someone actually like want to watch you stream, listen to you talk, and consume your content or whatever, but just any interactions that we have online, like you don't know what they're going through, you know. They could be in a very positive place. They could have just, oh, they just got a new job. Oh, they just got a new car. They just got their hair done. They're feeling real good. They could also be in a spot where, there's a lot of hardship and a lot of struggle. Maybe they didn't get enough sleep. Maybe they're, in the middle of finals for school, and it's just like, you never know the environment that someone's coming in. So trying to be a little bit more careful about the way that you talk about things and present yourself, and it goes back to like how you say it is often more important than like what you're trying to say, because you can get the same point across in a lot of different ways. But yeah. Anyways, I'm going in circles. So yeah. I think I need to expand my weapon pool. Actually, I had a question for that. My pull right now is Tetra Wiper. Picking up a mid-range shooter is a good idea. I think the biggest thing is that, like, pick up things that you're interested in, or depending on what you're trying to get out of the game. Like because for example, because I'm playing like competitively with other people, we've talked about like our pools and everything, and like our weapon pools and kind of what we're missing in the current meta. And we don't really have something that can deal with ledges as well. Like, people can play machine, but machine isn't as fun. It still gets the job done. It's still a very strong weapon. But there's an opportunity for me to learn blaster based off of like where the team is at. So playing blaster, if I was just grinding solo queue, I probably would never think about it. But there's a value add to it that I'm really excited for. And I think it can overall help the team. And like making the lives of everyone on my team a little bit easier, to me, that has a lot of that provides me the motivation to want to actually learn it. So, if you feel like you can be a Tetra one trick, or you can play Tetra Wiper and like you're chilling, like you're totally fine. I think Wiper, especially between the V Wiper and the new Deco Wiper with the missiles, I think you're in a spot that like you cover a lot of your bases, even though it's the same but also a little bit different. If you wanted to find something a little bit more mid-rangey, I think you probably could cover yourself fully if you just picked up like a Stamper. But again, I wouldn't pick up Stamper because, oh, I need to learn a mid-range weapon. Again, it's finding the value adds that you're motivated to want to learn that thing. Because if you're not motivated to want to learn it, if you're not interested in playing the weapon, if you're not having fun while you're doing it, then you're gonna fizzle out pretty fast when it comes to it. So it would definitely, kind of depend on where your motives are. What is your overall agenda? What is your overall goal of trying to pick up that other weapon? And if, there's something in like your games, or if there's like, certain maps or certain modes when you're playing solo queue, or if you're, trying to compete, if there's a place where you can see that value, then definitely, if you ever have an idea, definitely like try to follow it through. And whether that follow through is, oh, I play 10 games of something and this is really not for me, or, I'll stick it out a little bit longer and I'll play 50 games. Yeah, I'm not really feeling it. This is not something that's really interesting for me. I really, like Tetris is just an awesome weapon right now, and I just really want to focus on that. Listen to yourself for all of that. But, in terms of competitive stuff, I think Tetra Wiper is totally fine on its own. And depending on the rest of your team, like just playing Tetras is probably fine as well. But if you wanted to be a little bit more flexible, like I still think Stamper's in a really, really good spot. But don't listen to me and start playing Stamper if you're not interested in Stamper. 96 Deco. I think 96 Deco is actually in a really interesting spot. That's something that on our team I would actually like to see us experiment with. I think it has a lot of pairings, and it's in a very unique spot as a Slayer. So I think 96 is really cool. But I do think Stamper is very, very good. I installed my fire alarm. Dyna fired. Be safe. Definitely have a fire alarm with the carbon monoxide detector, all of those. At least growing up, there was always the adages and stuff. I don't know, it's not really an adage, but like my parents would like always have advice, and like my grandparents would like, oh, open up windows and make sure that you get fresh air, and like some of that has a purpose. And like getting fresh air can help in certain spots depending on like your ventilation and like your scenario. Certain living environments and areas can have like carbon monoxide buildup and everything. Not to like scare people or give someone another thing to lose sleep over at night, but yeah, be safe. Especially if it's a spot that you're, playing games or chilling on the computer for long periods of time. So I wouldn't recommend that, but a beeping fire alarm is definitely very frustrating. Dogs go crazy for ambient sounds. Yeah, that's a very intricate way of putting it. I roast everybody. Hey, at the end of the day, everyone can have their own environment, but definitely try to be considerate of others when you're doing it. Because again, you never know what people are going through. I'll never conform. They conform to me. Oh, the way you handle things, thank you. I appreciate that. I do hope it resonates with others. I've been on Splatoon Twitter for a hot minute. I don't know. I think it's fun. Like, obviously, I'm really into the competitive community, so that to me is like always super interesting. But I do think right now we're earlier in the season. Every meta and every like, especially for like, for any game, like where we're at in the balance, like, when there's new content or if we've been in the same season for a while, like there's always a different vibe in the social media space. And I think right now we're in a little bit more of a upbeat, experimental, we're trying new stuff. I think it's a lot more interesting to engage in now just because people are in better spirits. Over time that'll change a little bit until there's new stuff to come out. But I don't know. I mean, the artwork on like Splatoon Twitter is always super fire. There's a lot of really awesome artists. But it is interesting. Like, at least for me in Splatoon 2, it's just like I remember seeing so many like drip pics, like people taking photos with like other people in the middle of the match. I feel like I saw like a lot more clips and stuff. Even in Splatoon 2, although I came in really late, I don't remember seeing a lot of like very analytical stuff. And I think we've actually gotten better as a community. Hopefully we can continue to get better. But yeah, like give it another month or two and people are going to be a little bit down on the meta until new stuff comes out and then people are excited again. But that's usually the balance. Solo Q warriors. For real, I gotta exercise the anger out. I mean, unironically, exercise helps a ton. Whenever I get super frustrated, there's two paths. You can either continue to frustrate yourself by playing more solo queue, or yeah, you can. For me, it's either take a walk or yeah, do some sort of exercise, which completely changes my entire mentality. As always, the thing with exercising is that I go into it feeling miserable because I have a hard time with routines. But every time I come out of the gym, whether I'm doing like if I'm lifting or if I'm just even on the treadmill or an elliptical or something, or no matter what it is that I do, I always come out of the gym feeling like the best I've ever felt. I'm like, why don't I do this every day? Why don't I do this more often? And I don't have a good answer, but hopefully waking up in the morning, part of me trying to get up better in the morning is to have a better routine. And I was a little bit slow this morning, so I didn't actually exercise. I'll probably do it after the stream. But ideally, I'm always jealous of the people that wake up at like 4:30. I'm not going to wake up at 4:30. But I can wake up at like 6:30 or 7 and just like get in a little bit of an exercise routine. God, they realize you can't please everyone. Yeah, for sure. And again, everyone has like their own, like I can't even please myself all the time. I'm interested in different things at different points. Sometimes I want very there's certain content that I really resonate, and the type of content that I resonate with is different depending on the scenarios. Sometimes I'll want to watch like, you know, very analytical things, and I'm in a mental space where I just want to learn. And then there's certain times where I just want to like listen to people, and I'll find, you know, 3-hour versions of random videos of random stuff, you know, video essays and everything. And I'm super interested in that. Sometimes I'm looking for a good laugh. So yeah, you definitely can't please everyone. It just kind of, it depends on the scenario. When the basics are ignored, it drives me nuts. Real. But, you know, everyone comes from a different place, and things that might be very obvious for some people, it might be a brand new concept for others. Thought I remind myself Splatoon's a dumb game, the most absurd and obnoxious crap that happens. Everyone loses an X rank, your series 03. None of the losses are your fault. Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes, and that's where like being analytical can help you out. Because as you get better with that, sometimes you can win a game and be like, I did not deserve this, and I need to reanalyze everything I did in a very smooth game. Like that last game that I did in TC for that rotation, that game 5 of the series, I didn't do a single thing. It was like Manta TC, and like my teammates were just super carrying me. And yeah, it was a calm game, but I played awful. My positioning was awful. I was getting caught off guard. I was sitting in spots like on mass top mid where I just left myself completely open, and I need to like reposition. Like I need to rethink about my positioning and how I approach certain parts of the map, which I'm new to it, so it's to be expected. But yeah, sometimes you can be very critical of wins, and then sometimes you can have losses. Like there was a loss I had yesterday where I had like I was like 11-1, or I think I was like 11-2 in a zones game as a splash, and like I was winning every fight. I was playing perfect, and like we ended up losing the game. And there was like 1 or 2 small mistakes that I made, but realistically, like my teammates, one of them in particular, but then, you know, overall, like as a team, we didn't set up and coordinate properly. And it's okay not to, you know, not beat myself up over that kind of loss, because I feel like I put in, you know, the work that I needed to do. And it's always like, you see this with different numbers depending on where, but yeah, usually you'll see about 25% of your games you'll win and you had no influence. So you could have played really well or you could have played really bad, and it wouldn't matter because like your team is gonna win either way. And there's another 25%, which like again, these percentages, depending on who's telling it, it's gonna be slightly different. But there's gonna be about 25% of your games that you're gonna lose. And no matter how well you played or how poorly you play, you're not gonna have an influence. This is like no to little influence. I find it hard to believe you actually have 0 influence. But yeah, the important part of all this is this 50% here in the middle that is wins and losses, and you have meaningful influence. And being focused on this is what's really, really, really important, is a meaningful influence where your decisions actually make an impact on the overall game. Getting to talk moment, actually, like overinflating your ego on these types of games is an easy trap to fall into. And being overly, either, you know, if you have confidence issues, like losing confidence because, oh, we lost this game and I need to know exactly what I should have done to do better. I went, 10-0 and we still lost, but like, what could I have done to do better? And like, sometimes you have to understand that like you're just gonna lose games, and it's unfortunate. But being able to decipher this loss, the 50% loss versus this loss with where you don't like you can't really influence the impact or like you can't influence the overall result of the match is important to know. And knowing the difference between these is important. But the other important part of all this is that when you're trying to look at if you're trying to improve as a player, you shouldn't be looking at games in terms of wins and losses. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Because you can win games and lose games depending, like, regardless of how well you play. So, like, winning and losing isn't a good measure on if you're... It can help. It's like it can be an interesting litmus test almost. Where, like, you know, if you lose all of your games, like, yeah, that's probably a sign that you can probably do something different. But you don't, at the end of the day, you don't want to look at the game in terms of wins and in terms of losses. This is like the biggest trap people fall into. If you're trying to learn a game, don't worry about that. The game is won or lost based off of the decisions that you make. It's important for you to super focus on each individual decision. And each game has 100 plus. Realistically, you have tens of thousands, millions of decisions. But, you know, there's a ton of decisions that you make every game. And realistically, there's probably like 5 to 10 like pivotal decisions that you make at any given moment. Dogs are too much. But yeah, your overall decisions are what you can work on to improve. If you think about like the test that you take in school, like you don't get better at a subject by like focusing on if you passed or failed the test. Like it's a good indication on if you understand in certain cases, it can be a good understanding of if you know the material. But you have to like focus on each question. In order to pass the test consistently, you have to know the answers for each test. And yes, there will be times where you can, if it's multiple choice, you can just blindly guess and you don't have any understanding of you don't have any understanding of the material. And yeah, there are chances you could technically get 100% on a test that's all multiple choice. But yeah, there's a lot of emotion that comes with the wins and the losses. So it's very easy to fall into that pitfall. And again, it's something that if I'm not emotionally in a place where, like if I'm emotionally compromised because I have a bunch of negative feelings because we lost a game, or I have a bunch of positive feelings because I just cannot lose, that's where it's easy to fall into the pitfall. But yeah, focusing on your decisions, regardless of if you win or lose, can help you be a little bit more objective with everything. Anyways, I'm like getting into not loopholes. I'm getting into tangents like crazy. And I just want to catch up with chat so we can get back on track. But I love the conversations. This is the problem. I would love to be a just chatting stream for 7 hours and just talk about like these random things. But I also want to, you know, be respectful, and I don't want to waste 1 million hours if someone's trying to get footage and videos and replays reviewed. So I apologize, and I appreciate your patience, Aztec, on this. I'm really excited to get into this game. Again, I love I love all replays, but I especially love team and competitive things. But let me catch up real quick. I'm not going to get no tangents. This is a no tangent zone. Celeste said that they were going to get they need a bonk sound indicator whenever I get off track too much, and this is definitely the time for it. So anyways, as long as it's a healthy balance, video games can be a healthy escape. Yeah, no, for sure. I was able to get through a lot of stuff in life because video games were a healthy escape in the time. But there, there's also times that I know myself and I can be very lazy and I'm like using it in the wrong way. But fortunately, when you're in a relationship and you have a wife that is very honest with you, can help make your decision making a little bit easier. I've been using Zelda recently. Not to drown yourself in the game. Definitely feel that. I was in a place early on, because I was like early in my working career that the first Breath of the Wild came out. It was like Breath of the Wild and Persona, like when I ended up playing Persona 5, those both came out at like the perfect time in my life scenario. And that's part of the reason, like they're both great games in their own respect, but like Persona 5 is probably my favorite game of all time because I was able to play it in a transitional period where I had time for it, and I was able to like get lost in the game, and I was able to get lost in Breath of the Wild as well. So anyways, I hope you're also enjoying the new Zelda game. I haven't been able to get it yet, but I also don't have the time and the bandwidth to get lost into it yet. So when that opportunity's there, I will definitely pick that game up. No hesitation. I'm excited to play it, but I can't really play it now. I have the same mindset as you, except I'm at the stage where I'm just finding to get into the scene. Yeah, it takes time. But yeah, if you have any questions or if you're like, if you're really looking to play in a tournament, definitely feel free to ask. And, I might not have all the answers, but I can point you to resources to help you get there. I was watching some of the things to this day. It's like, wow, I wish real competitive teams came to Splatoon to show these guys how wrong their approaches are. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from competitive players, but competitive players are also people. And I don't think that there's enough analytical content, because I feel like the competitive scene, there's a lot of really intelligent people and there's a lot of really creative and beautiful plays that people make, but we don't like hone in our skills as much, at least in the West. We don't like hone in and we don't collaborate as much as individuals, and like as a collective community to push ourselves as much as we could. But in terms of like, it's good to be critical of it, and then it's also good to find the beauty and the good things that people do. And there's a lot to really enjoy about high level Splatoon. But there's definitely moments where you can be critical of different decisions and gameplay, and people make mistakes. Me influencing the world to make me a world leader. That's certainly a well-paved track that can totally be exploited for good and for bad. So hopefully it's for good. I'm sure it's for good in this scenario. Those who rely on only specials, don't get me started. Yeah. Having a special is important. Try to explain Remaker to people in 15 different ways. Most don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. But there's a lot of nuance to it as well. And like depending on comps and depending on game states and stuff, I think that's one of the biggest things that I've learned trying to play this game more competitive, when like the variables are a lot more similar because you're playing with the same people, playing with similar comps. Is that a lot of times when our team fails, we fail due to a lack of understanding, or like there's very common phases that we commonly fail at. And it's not like, oh, we just lose the game because we're like worse or something, like it's not as arbitrary as like, oh, one team's better than the other, but it really is like there's certain spots that I really mess up on. Very, very specific, consistent phases, which makes it a lot easier to like try to improve because you get the hyper focus on like a certain part of the game. Stamper feels really good even after nerfs. Yeah, everything feels bad after the nerf initially, but it's still fine. And I think machine still feels bad, but people are, over time, I think people will play it more until a new weapon with a better kit comes out. 4:30 Insanity. Yeah. It's always like, I don't know. I don't know if people live exercising at 4:30 in the morning, but I respect them. Don't feel much difference in the balance tweaks in the game. Yeah. I think especially with Nintendo, they've made a deliberate decision not to be very heavy-handed in their balance approach, which in some ways I really appreciate, but in certain cases it's tough. And for like a whole class of weapons like the Stringer, I wish they would, like whenever they release new stuff, I wish they were a little bit more heavy-handed just so that they sell more play. But yeah, no. Well, Splatoon artists are real. Bab blushing, yeah. Follow Bab and the Bab art account. The lift your mood for the rest of the day. Yeah, if you can get up and get that morning exercise, the rest of the day is ridiculous in the best way possible. Yo, what's up, AI? Early stream, yes, indeed. Me being super carried every time I play the key. Have to carry hard to win. Too many people wanting to throw intentionally. Really only applies to your game. Yeah, when you're a very specific figure in the community, you know, if you're a content creator that has a quite a following, yeah, your games will end up a little bit different. I have this thing where Rainmaker can't be my first mode I play in the day, so my mental stays healthy. That's fair. That's honestly fair. Don't need to match the mentality. There's always a way to win. Even if you're outskilled, there's a way to win. I mean, technically, yes. But when you're playing a team game, there's a certain degree of variance into all of your matches. And yes, if you're sitting at like A rank or something and you have the skills of a Kiver, or you have the skills of a Melon, or like, you know, if you're a top player playing an A rank, it's like, sure, you realistically probably could carry yourself to every game, but you know, trying to beat yourself up because you're at where you're at currently in your competitive journey or Splatoon journey or wherever your skill levels are, and trying to beat yourself up and be like, oh, if I was just like better and stuff. Like if you can identify things that you can be doing better, then it can be productive. But yeah, I don't know. There's some games that aren't like they truly aren't winnable. And like your teammates are just gonna throw, or like maybe you're just not having a good day and like you just throw. And like, yeah, I don't know. It can definitely happen. And yeah, you can't control what your teammates end up doing, which is like kind of the important part. I play weapons that never pick up rain. No one will pick it up. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's tough. You have to be very flexible in solo queue, which is a gift and a curse. But being good at knowing when to be flexible is like a skill within itself that carries a lot of weight in solo queue, and it doesn't really matter quite as much, or it doesn't matter nearly as often as it does in like a competitive team environment where everyone has a role and you have to like be very efficient in like whatever role it is that your team needs of you. But the role that your team needs of you is somewhat highlighted in like your team comps, but then it also depends on like what decisions your teammates decide to make that day or in that moment. Have you ever tried making a video? I haven't actually looked, so maybe you have. I've like given up on like trying to learn maps and modes through like YouTube, but I think it would, like, if you had an analytical approach, because I know that your style, and I know that you have a lot of emphasis and a lot of feelings toward Rainmaker specifically. I think it would actually be a really interesting video to make. Obviously, you're a very controversial person in the community, but I think it could be an interesting perspective if you were able to, now I'm sure I'm sure you're totally capable of it, but I'm not like, because there's a lot of videos that I would like to make, but my video editing and everything is awful, so it like is discouraging and also takes a ton of time to like work on stuff. So I'm like trying to build on that, but nah, it definitely it's easier said than done doing anything in the content creation space. But I think it actually would be a really interesting video to have like a very analytical approach to, and as well thought out and detailed as you're comfortable articulating, like having that on Rainmaker. I think it would be very interesting. Anyways, I need to stop talking. This is a competitive match, so we're going to be looking specifically at our ballpoint friend here, Aztec, but we're also going to be looking at their comp as a whole. They have matching tags, so they probably play often. And this is Clan Blitz. This is a map that we struggle with, but overall, I think your comp makes a lot of sense. We have double paint, triple paint, and we have a very greedy, very paint hungry weapon here. So I think we have the paint to be able to support the carbon. We have Fizzy Bomb to support it. We have Inkjet to give a bit of a distraction. Crab also can provide some chip and a little bit of a distraction to help this carbon get in. So this comp is very solid. I just think it's very solid. I'm going to be very critical of us painting as a whole, and looking to push together as a team. I know that you mentioned specifically you were talking about you're still a little bit new on ballpoint, still a bit new on using Fizzy Bombs, Inkjet and the main weapon. So I'll try to look at and pinpoint your decisions in terms of like how you're taking fights, how you're using specials. So I'll be very specific on those. But as a team, I want to see how you all work cohesively into that overall game plan of like we have a lot of slaying capability, but we also want to make sure that we're painting so that our carbon can play the game, because we get to dictate how much our carbon can play the game based off of the paint that we are able to establish and output onto the map. Other team, missiles are always a pain, but we're a pretty fast moving comp that missiles aren't as big of a deal here. But they have a lot of just scary weapons. Brush is very scary, has big play potential. Tri-Slosh, very scary, big play potential. Crab, always a little bit scary, even though I think we have tools for it. So I do like our comp way more, but we have to really focus on the painting, because if we don't paint, these people get into positions, Wiper as well, because Wiper can still one-shot at close range. These people can still get into positions to catch us off guard. But if we establish really good paint, like we're super chilling. But playing this optimally is always tough. To get the stigma of where it's coming from is a trick. I wanted to teach people who would explain is not exactly better, but without the stigma of me. I mean, there's also the other side of, I think if you had a very analytical approach and you were the one describing it, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to describe your theories and ideas better than you can. But if you're able to have a very analytical and, content that the idea can be separated from people's perception, maybe, of what you do, then I think people would be a little bit more open. Like, there's still going to be a ton of people that you make a video about anything and they have their perception of you and your ideas and whatnot. But I think if the video itself can kind of stand on its own, I think enough people will be able to give it a chance regardless of their perception, if that makes sense. But anyways, into the gameplay we go. Oh yeah, a couple things, just map specific things. When it comes to mid, we have like these stacks to fight for. Also getting central paint. So like when we're talking about painting, like keeping this middle area painted is like very, very important. Because this is like the highway that gives us a lot of different route opportunities. One thing I notice that I try to get better on is that a lot of times I'll get toward the stack and I'll focus paint over here and I don't focus on paint in this middle area as much. And if the enemy team has this paint established, they can like flank behind and flank through. So like holding down this middle ground when we're painting helps us out a ton. When we're looking at things like a brush or a tri-slosh, they are more prone to shark in spots for longer periods of time. So we still can't completely ignore this side paint over here, especially if it's the enemy team's color. But, you know, it's similar to games like chess and everything, like holding control in the center is like really important. So yeah, fighting for these stacks, fighting for mid control as a whole is really important. And once a team has control of mid, usually most of the pushes will happen through this left side. It can be a bit of a trap just solely pushing right. Ideally, you can have a nice mix of pressure from both sides, but like the stronger push is usually over here. If you have a huge numbers advantage, you can kind of take the fastest approach possible. But we want to be careful about just holding forward as a team, pushing through this right side, because there isn't a lot of space and there's only one kind of ramp that you can push through. So it's a very big trap for a lot of teams, where they have a ball and they just kind of force in a score here, but their entire team will wipe. So I don't want us to see that. It's, again, not to say that we can't use this right side, but we need to use it in tandem with this push over here. And when we have like inkjets, trying to think, if we're trying to push, I actually don't know where we want to inkjet. Like there's plenty of fine spots. I'm not sure what the optimal spot is. But like this entire ledge, like none of these are bad. And like inkjetting over here, like none of these are bad. I think the biggest thing is that we want to make sure that we're somewhat catching the enemy team off guard. We don't want to put ourselves in a very vulnerable spot. And if we're very telegraphed in the way that we inkjet, then we also have the ability to get punished very hard. So we have to be mindful about our timings and like what else is happening on the map. Similar to the Kraken in the previous review that we did, we're like finding good timing windows where the enemy team is having to focus on other things versus us specifically can definitely get us more value. I will say their team does not have a lot of range. So if they don't have a crab out, as long as you hold good high ground in this type of game, you're totally fine. Like you're not really going to get punished for using inkjets in a lot of spots. So if you're going to if you're trying to inkjet aggressively like over a ledge, you have to make sure that the enemy team isn't like ready for you. So in this kind of game, it might be a little bit better for you to like start an inkjet on like a stack and like keep your high ground to make sure that you're in the good spot. But you know, if you have control of their plat and they're fighting out of their bat area, then like, you know, getting inkjets over here and getting up and over is good as well. But again, they're very short range. So I want us to also be careful when we're inkjetting, not to just move forward. I don't play inkjet a lot, but that's one thing. That's like a common pitfall that I'll notice in myself, is that I just naturally want to keep moving forward with ballpoint. There's a time and a place for it. It's not good or it's not bad. There's a time and place, but we don't want to just keep holding forward because we just naturally, we want to be more aggressive with our inkjet because we can get picks. If we continue to just move forward with it, if we compromise our height and if we start moving forward toward enemy paint, that's where these types of sharking weapons can actually get a pick on us. So we have to manage the safety and the effectiveness. You know, how deep can we get in to like look for good opportunities? But if we err on the side of safety, we will basically never get punished for using inkjet. So as long as we time it with our team, we should be chilling. But again, I really like our comp, so I think we're fine. Yo, PK Bananas, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to hydrate. But welcome in, welcome in. Let's see how this opening play handles, and then I'll kind of talk through the opening. Oh no. Okay, whew, we're able to reposition. Okay, that's tough. So, a couple things here at the beginning. Oops. Couple things I wanted to mention. At the beginning here, it's really important for our team to just establish paint. Because at the very beginning, your carbon, which is kind of like the slayer on your team, your crab, like your specials also enable the rest of your team to be slayers, but carbon's kind of just like the general like scary slayer on your team. They need that base paint, and by base I just mean like a general paint, not like your base specifically, but like just a nice coverage, general coverage of the map. So at the beginning here, I would like you to be a little bit more focused on paint. Looking for your channel for so long? Saw you talking one night? Oh, thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're able to find me. So nice. Anyways, one thing I do want to mention. So when we're looking at the beginning of this match, I would rather us play it a little bit slower and get our initial specials. And like, we don't want to sit in our, like, we have to manage painting our base versus like being able to get into mid, and like fine tuning it. It's going to kind of depend, but I don't want to take early fights against short range things like around these stacks. Because if our teammates try to push like a brush or try to push a tri-slosh, or they're sitting here and tri-slosh is able to get onto the stack, then we're going to have a tough time. So I want us to play off of an early crab or an early inkjet. I see Carl, one of your splash players, is like trying to get some paint as they move forward, and I like this. But I don't know if as a team we end up getting to play around that early crab. Yeah. Because like if we just look at the paint numbers, I can't pause it and look at paint because the game is funny. But like we're taking all of these fights without getting an initial special. And to me, this feels like a mistake. Especially when we're the team that has the painting advantage and the enemy team has these scary shark weapons, specifically brush. You know, all these weapons are actually like, they have their moments to shine. This splash is probably going to be a little bit more anchory, but if the enemy team gets in, they're probably going to push a lot. So I don't want us to start taking fights at the beginning until like, if they like push out, like if someone's sitting here and then you're here as a ball point, you like, yeah, take that fight. And if they're staying out in the open, take what's given to you. But I want us to plan around a special, and we do not plan around the special here at the beginning. And I think as a team, especially comp versus comp, we're control. Oops. We're control, and they're the fast team. So when we're the more control-y team, and again, time and place and context is important for any of these distinctions that I'm making. Because at certain points, your team's going to be playing very fast, and Carbon's very scary and can be played very fast. But we're more controlled, which means we want to focus on paints. Good specials, especially since we have a lot of really good specials. We want to focus on surviving, meaning we want to stay alive long enough for the rest of our team to help. Our team is, and I think part of being the more controlling team inherently means that you're going to be the slower team. So like this quick fight happens over at the right stack at the beginning, and like we get the initial pick, but I think we lose overall because you're not able to get into the fight because you're playing ball point, and their team is all like very short range. So they can kind of like push together as like this massive unit and get value. Whereas our team, like our Carbon does really good in these short range engagements, but they need paint. And at the beginning of the game, you don't have that paint. So I actually don't know what happens at the beginning. I'll look at it from your Carbon's perspective. Good, they were able to stay alive. Okay, so we do get this initial pick, but yeah, we just... Two of us run into the Tri-Slosh, so... I don't know. The play itself isn't terrible, you know? Like, y'all are working together, but yeah, I would love to just see a special from you all. Obviously, when they crab over here and you accidentally drop, like, yeah, we understand that and we reposition, which is good. You also could have backed up. But either way, I'm glad that you reposition in that spot. The other thing that I would say, if your team is trying to take this fight, if y'all are taking this fight, I would like to see you get some fall off shots like back here and just try to help this out a little bit. But again, I think the bigger thing here is that we paint for special. Paint this bats area more cleanly. Like, as one of the splash players on my team, I'll paint bats at the beginning and I'll have a crab ready for here. And I can crab anyone that's like on top of the stack or like pushing through this lane. Their comp probably isn't going to do that. So this person can probably, you know, push up to here, or they can push up to here and crab. Because the enemy team is probably going to be bunkered down a little bit because they don't have the range to take these longer fights. But yeah, like you can paint this area, you can paint this area, a little bit up here. You know, you do a decent job of painting this. Basically, none of this gets painted, which is a problem. You know, none of this gets painted over here, which is another good source of paint. But I would just like us to see a little bit more focus on paint than trying to take fights. But you set up a nice pick initially with your carbon, and then y'all just get too greedy. We need to get our specials to start rolling, because like if you get that first pick and chill, and then you get a crab out, after that first crab you'll have another crab ready, and then at some point you can weave in a ballpoint inkjet in there at some point. But oh, did we? Okay, I'm gonna go back to your perspective. If we jumped in there, we shouldn't have jumped in there. I think it's where we got initially picked. I don't think we jumped. Yeah. But yeah, just sitting on top of stack and taking the fight with a crab. If they use crab like that, just chill. If they have missiles. They have crab, they have a cooler, and then they also have like a whale, which is... Whale has a time and place, but it's not like a super dominant special in a lot of ways. It's still strong, but it's strong in like a different way. But like crab is like the one established opportunity for their team to be like big, and they can just kind of sit on top of somewhere, pop crab, and look for picks. So if they have that type of like when they use this, especially in the environment that you were in, where your team could have backed out completely, I would just give up the space until their specials are up, and then we'll have our specials ready, and then we can kind of pop them. Pushing the middle of that stack was a bit much. Moving up there to waste crab shots. Yeah, we were able to waste most of the crab, but I would rather us play a little bit cleaner and make sure that there's no opportunity to lose, or like to get splatted by the crab. Yeah, there's a couple things going on here. Yeah, we're getting desperate. I like that you retreated though. Yeah, so there's a lot happening here. Splatoon is chaos, and these lower level games are like especially chaotic, which is like really fun to watch. But yeah, your team's able to stabilize after this. Y'all get 2 picks. The one thing that I want to mention here is like, again, your team has 3 excellent painters. Splash is the best painting weapon in the game. Ballpoint can also get a lot of good paint. When we have numbers like this, and there's still like these little pockets of paint where the enemy team can maneuver, like even though it's a 4v2, you're having to deal with these sharky weapons. I'd rather us take the time. Like, our team is so much better than theirs on paper, especially if we have an advantage. I just want us to slow it down a little bit, get the paint established. Because in this type of spot, this person can just like get behind, or they can get over here, or they can get around here pretty fast. Like there's a lot of avenues for the remaining people on their team to look to get value. And we just immediately look to pop our specials. Like we get a crab out here, we find a target, but this person has plenty of paint to maneuver in and they aren't damaged at all. So yeah, like we're super focused on like, oh, we're going to use our specials and we're just going to fire here. But we didn't get information on where their entire team is, and we've left open these gaps in paint for the rest of the team to potentially move through. You know, there's a potential for someone to drop out on this left side at the beginning here, which they don't end up doing, but I think we're just too focused on like getting picks when we need to play for the paint control. Paint is our win condition as this team. We paint, we paint, we paint, we paint. There's no reason in this type of spot that this Tri-Slosh should ever be able to get into a position to assist, and we're all focusing on slaying. And like people are, you know, there's decent ideas here of like, you know, oh, there's an opportunity for our carbon to move forward. But when we leave these gaps in paint over here, and there's just a lot of spots for the enemy team to potentially approach us, we're just leaving ourselves super, super vulnerable. And as powerful as Crab is, as powerful as Ballpoint is, you know, we have a lot of power, but there's also a lot of vulnerability in the clunkiness and the slowness of some of these weapons. So I'd rather, like, so for us specifically as the Ballpoint, I'd rather us be focused on painting instead of using specials. I think it's okay for one of your teammates to use a crab or something, but we use the crab not to get picks. Like we use 3 specials to just get picks, but we want to focus on control. We can stagger our specials in order to get that kind of control. And like, you know, like we're all like throwing bombs and like consolidating our paint like in this little area. In this type of spot, instead of you, like, if you want to get the initial picks on this person, that's fine, but I want to see you paint all of this. Like, you can hold, like, right stack is fine. I think as a team, you want to be a little bit more balanced. Again, I don't want us to be solely focused on, like, bringing 3 people on this right side and then have this one person fighting for themselves on the left. So I'd rather see us be a little bit more balanced and, you know, maybe 3 people over here, 1 person over here. But the bigger, like, I'm not worried too much about the numbers and everything. Just know that there needs to be a little bit of a balance, and we're a little bit heavy-handed over here at this point. But the bigger thing is that we just don't have paint. So like we're looking for picks, and we're not giving control. We're not supporting our crab here. We're just all looking at a single target, and we're tunneling on trying to get these picks. At this point, we probably just jump out, but again, you find an avenue to walk out, that's fine. Yeah, and then we end up having to use Inkjet in the spot because we're in a tough spot. Like, because we move left, we definitely need to... I'm very uncomfortable, and I'm fine with you using Inkjet in this spot. One thing I do want to mention, if we get stuck in this area, for Rainmaker specifically, we do have this sponge. Like on zones, the only way that you can get out of here is to jump out, or you take the little the wall that's like very much on like the far left side. But on the Rainmaker, we have this or sorry, clams, not Rainmaker. On clams, we have the sponge that we can use to like get this high ground and feel a little bit safer. Because like this inkjet is stalling the enemy team, which is fine. It does its job, you know, but it's also okay. Because again, if we get up here as a ballpoint, no one on their team can contest us when we're holding this type of position. Or if we hold this type of position, or like up here potentially. Like we can use our range to take fights in these longer lanes. Oops. And like this is like technically like a long lane, where as a ballpoint you can get a ton of value. Obviously they can still come up over the top, so that's why we can't be up here in our comfort zone, because they can, you know, with the paint that they have, they can just find ways to get around us. But I would like us to be a little bit more focused on establishing control. But you stall long enough, like this push isn't good for them, so again, I'm going to look at the top of the map. We need to paint. I don't want us to just go for a pick. We need to paint. We need to get this painted. We need to, like, this middle's painted a little bit, which is good, but like there's so much paint here, and it's all like connected paint. So like there's a lot of opportunities for them to run at you. Was that the bucket approaching? Wait, when we're going up on the sponge? There is a little bit of time where you're potentially in trouble. Yeah, for the sponge. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. When you're climbing up this and you inflate the sponge, there is definitely some downtime where if this person that, because yeah, there was a bucket here. If they did continue to approach, then yes, this is very vulnerable. So that's a really, really good point. When we see them push back this way, I think it's probably safe at some point to take this. But yeah. But yeah, buckets can definitely get over the top. You are 100% right. And yeah, there's just another another scenario where we're trying to slay instead of focusing on the paint control, and we're getting caught and doing objective instead of getting that paint down. And like all this is a good attempt. You almost get the pick on the brush, but we need to paint before we start setting up and focusing on like getting enough clams for ball and everything. Okay. And so our teammate uses crab. Hopefully we can use this as an opportunity to get more paint. Okay. Couple things I want to mention here real quick. One of them is the walking forward, and I'm glad that you were able to stop yourself, because if you would have kept going toward right stack, you would have died to the brush here. For the exact reason I was mentioning before, of like naturally walking forward when you're inkjetted, leaves you open to sharks. And yeah, in this spot, we did not cover this paint. So there could still be people sharking here, or I think what ends up happening is that they use the paint over here to get into this type of position. And if we would have just kept going toward right stack to look for these types of picks, then we would have gotten completely stuffed by this person. But I like that we were able to like slow down a little bit. We're still a little bit susceptible, but yeah, this is a good example of why just holding forward with inkjet is not a great idea. But we stop ourselves, we keep our height, and I don't think we get the pick, but we are able to not go down here. So I like the restraint on this type of scenario. But again, the enemy team that has way less paint and have a harder time painting has quite an advantage. And we need to take time to build as a team and stabilize the match. Because if we keep fighting when the enemy team has a paint advantage, we are not going to like dig ourselves out of this hole. And we're not going to be able to have a strong push unless we like outslay them and outmechanic them. But in the overall macro and the bigger picture of this game, we have not. It's been 2 minutes and we have not at any point, even with our advantages, we haven't tried to take more control of the paint on the map. And in order to do good painting like this, like there has to be a deliberate attempt from your team to get that paint down. And our deliberate attempts are trying to get picks instead of trying to get that paint control. It's a good pick from your carbon here. But again, we're going for these picks, so we're still not able to get the paint that we're looking for, but I think it's a decent attempt from your Carbon to go for that kind of play. We could have slowed it down, but then you get pressured. I'm okay with the decision. There's a bit of a trade-off with them giving their life for an attempt at getting the crab, but it does keep you alive, so it's okay. But yeah, enemy team's also trying to feed in and get scores, but you know, we get this wipe. Now we need to... Also, what is happening with that football? We need to get paint. Whatever we're doing here, I don't know what we're doing. We have to be painting instead of whatever this is. Like, we're missing out on opportunities. And because we take like 5 seconds, 6 seconds after the area is clear and the enemy team's responding, that time was wasted and we don't get this paint down. So the enemy team is able to just run in at us. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with that football. But yeah, like this entire game has just been an exercise of us not getting paint in time. And if we don't have paint, like if paint, so I'll move. I think I went back a little bit too far, but like before they get their second score in, like in this kind of spot here, no, back, actually I probably should back it up a tiny bit. But like in this area where like the enemy team has basically full coverage of mid, they, like, yes, you have like a little bit of paint here, but they can navigate around it. They can still get around without having to, you know, waste any time. They can get to all the spots that they want to get to without any issues whatsoever. And when they're in these spots, your team can't play from these ledges. You can't sit behind this block. You have to take higher ground to, like, again, you have to establish control. And when you sit in these spots, like when you're sitting on these ledges, you just open yourself up to people climbing up this wall, pushing you from this ramp. Like, you're going to get caught off guard because they have all this paint to work with. We need to take a little bit of higher ground and just establish control. Get paint, get specials, use a crab, use, you know, an inkjet or something to clear off these ledges and start getting this type of paint. But again, throughout this entire game, we still have yet to establish paint control as a team that has a massive painting advantage in theory, just based off of the weapons themselves. And it's no surprise that y'all are just not able to do it because we're not playing safe and we're not using we're using our specials to try to get picks and try to take a more scrappy approach to this game instead of being in more of a controlled approach. You know, for them, again, getting this type of score is not good for them. But, you know, we get this pick, we should immediately start painting. Immediately. Our splash doing a decent job of painting. Again, we need to make sure we cover this area before we get onto this wall. Like, this area needs to be painted or else there might be a bucket or a brush waiting for us. And yeah, you can see they get this pick and they're immediately able to get to wherever they want because we haven't gotten the paint that we needed because we were slow. I'll go back to your perspective in a second, but like, we're taking fights without the paint control. Should be able to get to here. Trade. Oh, that's okay. Okay, now we get the paint, right? Crab allows us to paint. Nice reactions. Okay. So how do we approach this? Like, we're getting our picks, but we're focusing too much on like the flashy things. Which is, to be fair, this is like to be expected here. We're focusing on kills, we're focusing on this and this and this. Well, and y'all did a good job of like getting your economy up as well. It's like we're focusing on all of this forgetting that like the rest of the map exists. In a game like Splatoon is won and lost from all of this. Because even in opportunities, like this doesn't matter. This, I mean, it matters at the end of the game, but throughout the game, like 70 is a very easy push to break. Even with the solid push, you should be able to get like, you can get like 50, 60 points with like a solid push, but you should be able to get 30 points, 40 points. Like you can force that pretty easily at any point of the game. So there's no need for us to panic and like, oh, I need to get this ball in. Like we need to be focusing on objective. And because, I mean, focusing on overall paint, that should be our main objective. Because we never focus on paint at this point, and there's still a minute left, so we'll see. But because we don't get paint at any point in this game, even when we get an advantage over here, we aren't able to translate it into points because the map is still on the enemies. Like it's still painted the enemy color. And all of our specials, all of our crabs that I've seen so far, inkjets, and Trizukas have been solely focused on getting picks on people that we can see. Whereas one of our teammates can use crab to suppress the enemy team and prevent them from moving, while the rest of our team starts painting the important areas of the map. And specials have more value than just being used for picks. Because like we're shooting this area, but we also need this covered. We can get some paint over here. And then we can start looking to establish control and on like the stacks themselves. But in order for us to start moving forward, we have to make sure they're not sitting in these types of areas. I'm glad you talk about paint so much. Forgetting to paint is such a bad habit. Yeah, no, absolutely. And when you look at like, I'll be interested to see the paint numbers at the end of the game. But look, like our comp should outpaint the heck out of their comp. And like we've lost on paint the entire match. And when we lose out on paint against these types of teams, like, you know, this comp is way worse in my opinion than this comp on paper. But when this comp has more paint control the entire game, they have a ton of opportunities to pop off. The reason why this comp is a lot better on paper is because of your ability to actually get paint down to prevent this scenario that we're in from happening. But we're not using our tools to assist on the paint control side of things. So the enemy is able to push our ramps, they're able to shark in these areas, they're able to climb these walls at any given point, and that's what's preventing us from being able to stabilize. And like my recommendation in these types of spots would be to take higher ground until we know it's safe. And we'll go into recon mode as a ballpoint. I'm actually interested to see kind of paint lines and like seeing what we can paint from different areas of the map. And this is what you as a ballpoint, because you're uncomfortable now, which is totally fair. If you're new to the weapon, of course you're going to be uncomfortable. It takes time. But this is the type of stuff we'll go over in recon after this. This is the type of stuff that we're going to want to focus on like as we continue to get better. Yeah, because like, what are we trying to get from this inkjet? Like, we suppress them, but our teammates are trying to like, I don't think this is the most valuable inkjet, but it does have a purpose. Is it the best purpose for the weapon? Probably not. But, you know, we're using our inkjet to keep these people on their plot. And instead of your teammates, you know, especially your splashes, like your teammates shouldn't be immediately like trying to throw bombs and hold forward to try to get picks with this inkjet. This inkjet makes it so that the rest of our team can get some paint and get paint over here. Hopefully not get picked by this person. But if we just continue to run and try to capitalize on the shots that we're getting in these areas, then we're gonna, you know, fall these people that are able to already get into strong positions. And again, it's definitely not easy. It's hard to coordinate all of this stuff, but that is 1000% the reason why this game has gone the way it has so far. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. So I would say definitely kudos to the enemy team for, you know, they were able to hold ping control and they got a lot of value from being able to establish ping control. But y'all are chilling. Y'all are chilling. This is good. I think, yo, what's up, G-Doc, though? Oh, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So yeah, we know what we need to fix, which is good. The biggest thing from your team as a whole is you need to paint. We have to get more paint. If there's one thing, carbon roller replay, let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. We have to paint. As a team, we cannot be losing. If we're playing as this type of comp and we're unable to win the paint battle against this comp that can't paint very well, we're going to continue to struggle against other comps that can paint as well as us, if not better. But, you know, part of the reason why they outpainted you is because they were able to get picks, because they had opportunities in order to, like, they could move forward and slay with their paint control, which made it so that you were unable to ever outpaint them. And that's, you know, like they're playing to their win condition really well. So again, very much kudos to the enemy team. There's some painting tricks you can use to establish control before you actually have paint control. Yeah, for sure. And I think, like, in a lot of spots, part of your, like, specials can be used to alleviate some pressure. If you have to inkjet from your own base, inkjet so that the rest of your team can take control of a side. I don't want you to inkjet, move forward and try to hit like these flashy picks that you'll see on twitter.com, and you'll see these crazy clips of someone just like hitting max range shots against people. We want to use it to hold control so that the rest of our team is able to help over here. And if they start painting, they start throwing bombs back here, if they see someone, then you can follow up with your inkjet. But we have to use our specials to help us find control. Help. I'm just going to say establish as EST because I don't want to write all that out. But specials help us establish control. Same thing with crab. Crab can be used up in this type of spot to either suppress people on one side so the rest of our team can move in, or it can be used to give us additional chip for whatever side that we're trying to approach. But yeah, paint is really important. Our team is getting picked because we give them avenues. We need to cut off. Those Fs look weird. No way. SD like the time zone. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Thank you. Hate you, Bub. All right. You want to cut off their roads? I'm going to use that as a term. So we want to make sure that this area is painted. We want to make sure like this area, like there's going to be a commonality on all these maps that we want to make sure before we're able to sit on the ledges and push past the ledges, we have to make sure that we have paint coverage underneath those ledges. Because we have to make sure when we start dropping that there aren't people over there. And again, our team does an excellent job quickly being able to get coverage in those spots. Can we contest those spots all that well? Not necessarily. Our team is going to struggle a little bit around ledges because we don't have something like a machine, a slosher, a blaster in certain spots can get under ledges. It's a little bit awkward doing it from our plat, which is why we need to take more creative angles. But your team is going to have a hard time. If there's someone already sitting underneath here, you're going to have a hard time getting that pick. But again, if they keep, like, if we know they're fighting for these types of angles or like these types of scenarios, and like we're trying to paint over it and they keep sitting over here, that's where we can potentially use our specials they help with control, but if the other team is like playing very aggressive and we know that they're playing aggressive like on our ramp, or they're playing aggressive in this area or this area, then we can throw some bombs and use like our Inkjet, for example, to get over top and start getting shots in these areas so that these people have to move or they go down. And like using Inkjet from high ground on our plat, like it's not the most ideal usage, you know, like we want to use it to get big pushes because that's always more fun. But we can use these types of Inkjets a little bit more defensively to have safe ways to hit these types of angles and start, you know, getting a better idea of what our team's trying to do. The thing with, you know, using specials in these ways and like painting and stuff, like this requires like good coordination. Because like just popping an Inkjet, if you just pop your Inkjet, you're not going to be able to hold control of like this entire area. Like as a team, if we're stuck here on our plot and the enemy team is like, you know, threatening us from a lot of different areas, then we need to call to use a special to help us get control. You know, you could get a crab over here, you can get a crab over here, but like using specials from higher ground can establish, it can give us what we need, you know, expo shots from crabs can help us get a, you know, clear out these areas so the rest of our team can start moving forward. But, you know, can get shots over here if we're trying to contest and take fights. But again, all of this requires good timing windows from the rest of the team. Because paint is very dynamic in this game, which it's hard, you know, you don't, if you score, you establish points that are there forever. Paint is something that can change at any given moment. And it's something that you have to consistently keep up with the entire game. But it makes your life so much easier. Your life was very hard this game because you were never able to establish control. I'm very confident if your team was able to, because y'all got a couple wipes at the beginning, but we weren't able to convert that into paint. We just sat here with all of this still enemy paint over here, and all this is still enemy paint, and we're just like super focusing on picks. If we use this time to actually get control and hold, like be able to sit on these types of spots that we were sitting in, knowing, you know, if we have the paint to know that these people aren't dropping on us, then like the crab that we use over here can get more value. The crab and the Zuka that we use over here can get more value. But when those people can get around and punish those people, then it like, you know, if we get negative value out of our specials, we often find ourselves in a very difficult scenario. But yeah, the other thing, like when we're painting defensively, we want to have high ground. We have to avoid being around ledges. We can't, we're usually comfortable when we're fighting for mid as a ballpoint in these areas, but we're not comfortable when this is all the enemy color and we don't know what's happening underneath us. Like we had a brush sitting in mid and like poking at us. We have try coming around this way, try coming up this way. You know, you were very uncomfortable, like understandably. What else? I think just the bigger thing, and this is just basically every lower level team. This is just like common advice. I mean, it really does. It ends up going back to painting, but don't hard focus or tunnel or what, you know, use your word of choice. But we don't want to tunnel on objective. And we don't want to do it on specific splats. Or I would just say specific enemy. Oops. Imagine being able to draw. And again, there's time and place. Sometimes focusing objective and focusing on a specific person, like getting a splat on their brush or getting a splat on their tri-slosh is like really important. And if you can get it, it's good. But the reason why I say this specifically is because we were using our specials. We were positioning very tunneled. And we were like, we had the opportunity to paint mid. Mid was like halfway in our control, but a lot of it was not in our control. And we were focusing on kills that were unsafe to approach. That's the bigger thing, is that we're trying to push these people when it's unsafe to do so. Even if we have a crab up here or an inkjet somewhere in mid and we're getting shots on these people, we can't just immediately start pushing them, because they might have someone on their team that's sharking, you know, over here, and they can rotate around if they have the paint, or they might have someone that's like, you know, sitting down here. Like there's a lot of spots where people can shark over here, you know, they can be sharking over here. There's a lot of spots where people can like rotate and punish you for being super focused on an objective or a pick that is visible but not the safest to go for. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm gonna show the results. I need to use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna go into recon and go over safer painting. I think it's an important lesson that I don't have the best way to articulate it, but this is probably going to be a video topic, and I can at least start talking through my thoughts out loud. But yeah, I'll leave this to ponder, but the biggest thing I want to show you is like these paint numbers. We got outpainted as a team that has 3 really strong painters. Actually, I think we can show. Hopefully this works. I think I can display central, my latest video. You already have this brush that's like fully committed over here. I'd rather you know, potentially look so that there's dynamic content while I'm not here, so that you can watch this is crazy, and you can watch this. So anyways, I'll be right back, but this is the latest video, exclamation point YouTube in order to find it. But splatted by leader. But yeah, this is a video we did a while ago. Anyways, I'll be right back. And if your brush goes for a play up here and tries to go for that splat on the ball and they fail, then you're in position and you can just tint this way and like stuff them basically. So it's a minor thing, but when you're in overtime, it's not about necessarily getting the splats, it's about controlling the important spaces. And I feel like you're overcommitting a little bit too much on this right side. And you end up taking a fight without any of your teammates being able to help or clean up. Because this brush doesn't really want to take this fight. They just want to sit here and wait for the drop. So you're taking a 1v1 for basically no reason. Tent play, okay. This will be interesting because I especially do not play tent. I think the main thing for me as a tent is working with your teammates and putting yourself in spots where you're either working with your teammates directly or indirectly. Either they're using your tent, which is like a more direct approach, and that's kind of the, you know, running it through plat, or using it indirectly where you can like take up space and kind of distract. You know, even in this area, like you can totally get a ton of value out of tent. So I'm interested. I think I'm gonna probably learn a few things from here, but let's see how it goes. Oh. Like the early beacons. Nice play. The times where you don't have your shield, just make sure you're checking your angles, because you're focused on this left side, which is good, but there is potential opportunities for you to get picked in these scenarios. So you did a really good job of stalling and giving your teammates enough time to do other things. And this pick on the crab is wonderful from your brush, which you enable because you're able to stay alive for as long as you do. I think all of this is wonderful. The troll glam. in this spot, there were 3 down, and then the leader is the one that ends up dropping. And you can kind of like bully the leader a little bit. One of the core things, especially in solo queue, is like you want to make everyone's life as easy as possible. And you don't want your teammate to have to like figure out a puzzle in order to score. Because even in your position, I'm not sure how my teammates are actually going to play this. I'm actually surprised and honestly kind of impressed that your teammate was able to get the consistent squid rolls that they did to get into a position to score. But it makes your life a lot harder as the vac, and it makes like your, because you're, oh, your Hydra was the one that was pushing it. Yeah, they ended up dropping. Interesting. But oh, the Hydra is the one that went for the play. Wait, did Squeezer go back, or were they respawning? I'm so confused. I thought you had 2 in mid. Oh, they were still coming out of spawn. Oh, I expected your teammate should have jumped in, but neither here nor there. Again, really good idea. Like, the creativity is great, but you know, try, like you said, yeah, it felt awkward once you did it. So if you feel those moments where like it does feel awkward, later on in like a VOD review or something, try to identify why it felt awkward and what you can do to prevent it in the future. And I think in this scenario, throwing the ball in a more predictable path that is covered in paint. But I think in general, I think you can, if you're not going to immediately push the chart, like the leader, I think you want to slow down a little bit and just get your tools ready. But minimap is not much of an issue here. Nice job stalling. But like eventually your tent's gonna be on this wall, and this leader has like an open fire on you potentially. Like I feel like they probably could have popped you there, and they just kind of missed. Because you're providing a really good distraction. Like I think this is a really good play, but the timings are just like weird. But you're making the most out of it for sure. You've distracted 3 of them, and you're still like potentially getting a pick. This squeezer was already going to get pincered, so there's a chance you could immediately get the pick on the leader, and then both of you can escape. You're postured like you want to score regardless of the outcome, and I'd rather you be a little bit more postured to help like secure the leader and give paint, because I feel like this is going to kind of end badly regardless, because there just isn't, you're not working with a lot of paint. Sheesh. That whale. There's only the like leaders coming off spawn. There's only this dually left. I'd be less concerned about picking up clams. Like I'd rather you continue to advance forward than waste time. I wouldn't go out of my way for clams, because this person can just kind of score for us. And I'd rather take stronger positions and be in spots where the rest of my team is able to actually, like,
Sorry, it took a little bit longer. I was giving some
your whole play gets
love to the pups
because you.
Anyways, for more fantastic content like that and some other videos that I'm trying to make, such as a topic that we'll go over here in a second, please feel free to check out the YouTube channel. Your support is always, always, always appreciated. Yes, now back to the pre-recorded. And then I need the other message that you're gonna type so I can, you know, make this feel like it's live, but it's totally pre-recorded and everything was already pre-recorded. But yeah, in this spot, our pain numbers need to be bumping. Because these deaths indicate that we weren't able to paint well enough. And these numbers also indicate that we weren't able to paint enough. But yeah. This is definitely the lower level vibe where things get very scrappy and we don't establish control. And so our carbon can go in during the scrappiness and kind of clean stuff up. So we paint a little bit better and we take time after we get wipes to paint instead of just going for more picks. And this game looks way different. We weren't able to highlight mechanics all that much here, but from the rough little bit that we were able to watch, I think, you know, mechanically, I think you all are fine. It's the overall piece of this that we need to work on. But real quick before we go, I just want, or not go, we're gonna continue. We have time. Is what happens when you wake up early in the morning. You have time and energy to live throughout the day. Who would have known? Who would have known? Not me. All right. Anyways, very quickly, I wanted to just go into, because it's a tough spot when your team is getting, when you're pushed, your back's against the wall in the middle of the match. Okay, I don't know when the last time I played ballpoint, so I just need to go to spellings. It's easier. I just want to give you some ideas as a ballpoint of like how do we safely paint so that we're not just constantly getting attacked by the Wait, I'm missing a zones rotation. Hold on. Stream might be ending here. No, I'm kidding. Oh, this is a good rotation. Mahi Sturgeon. We'll skip on it. We'll skip on it. So anyways, there's gonna be spots where it's we're gonna be very uncomfortable pushing forward. And in this game, sorry, there's too much lag on the PC monitor, so I have to look over here. But these are the opportunities for us to be more defensive when we're painting. Because like, when the enemy is like sitting along, you know, if they can like push, if they can just push through here, and they have the paint to make it over here, and get over here, like, you know, if you're sitting like right here, it's very easy for them for a brush just to get into this type of spot, or a tri-slash to get in this spot, or someone just to push you this way and get to you. So if I'm you, I'm very uncomfortable. If they're pushing up and they have paint control, I can't just like, I can't really use this as cover because hitting these ledges are like, you know, you have to put yourself out there. So when you're in this kind of spot and the enemy team has complete, like basically complete paint in mid, we can't be playing from like here. There might be an opportunity. If we take the top of this, we can paint this a little bit better, but we're still susceptible until we establish paint. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know how to paint with this weapon. You'll have to work yourself and figure out the best way to paint. This weapon's kind of quirky, but like at least taking height here gives us a better idea. But instead of like going for specific picks on someone over here, we need to take this time instead and like establish this good control. You know, get paint all around our area so we know that we're not going to get ran up on if we still stay in this type of spot. But if we have to as a ballpoint, we can sit up here. Again, this long lane that I was talking about here, this area here, we can control as the ballpoint. So like we can, obviously we can't completely defend behind this wall, but we can at least control and take any fights if there's anyone like in this type of range. And this is why it's important for you when you're playing your weapon to actually, wait, if only you could mute the noise. Wait, is the noise going from the other one? Hold on. I need to like stop that 1 second. More central, I guess I would say. Wait, was this playing in the background? Have this brush that's like fully committed over here. I'd rather you know, potentially look to. Sorry, this is the first time I've ever used it. I made a mistake. Oh, the ballpoint. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. When people actually paint with it nicely, it actually sounds kind of nice, but I see. But, yeah, even over here, like, you can paint over this ledge. Like, you have to look and see. I wish I didn't paint over this before. But, like, you can still paint this area from back here. And you're going to want to paint this area before you start moving forward. Like, this is why ballpoint is really good, because you can... And, like, you might have to hit... You might have to aim up a little bit to hit over certain ledges. But, like, you can totally get, like, decent paint, and you can check your map and see if they're painting back over it. And, like, being able to do it... Because, obviously, I'm super clunky on ballpoint, because I've never played this weapon. But, like, if you can do this very cleanly, then you can use that. If you know there's no one here, maybe you can, like, swing out over here and, like, help. Obviously, you have to be careful about this, so then, you know, before you go over there, you can get this kind of paint before we start committing. That way we know if they're over here. And again, you can check your minimap and see if, you know, while you're doing this kind of painting, you can check the minimap and just see, like, you know, is there enemy paint? It's like, while we're shooting over on this stack over here, we can check the minimap while we're doing this painting. And just make sure and see, like, you know, is the enemy team painting over this area? And if they are, then we probably don't want to keep moving forward, because if we move forward here, we're probably going to get popped by someone. You know, one of their brushes or short-range weapons that excel in these short-range fights. But we want to establish this kind of paint. And again, if we're having trouble doing it as a team, this is where we can use, and I don't know the best place that we'd want to use a ballpoint inkjet in this type of spot. But we could, you know, we could inkjet over here, hit this area, hit these areas, help your team move forward. You know, get some information. And hopefully, like, if your team's helping you, you don't have to, like, you don't have to spend your first four shots hitting all these areas. But if there are specific areas where you think there's someone at, you can use 1 or 2 shots and just, you know, get information by painting it and, you know, seeing if you get a hit marker when you hit those areas. Another spot that can be nice for this type of paint, you know, this is another open lane if you hold this paint. But you can totally hold this area. And you can hold over here. You know, you can paint this area without having to worry about this brush running at you. You do have to be careful because someone can totally, like, you know, even short range weapons, if you leave this open, like this ramp over here, then you have to be careful. But someone can totally, you know, someone can hit you through this grate. But this is still a better option to start getting this paint down. You know, you can even as a ballpoint, you can hit behind this stack, which is kind of crazy. You know, you can hit behind mid. There's a lot of defensive paint that you can establish before your team starts moving forward. And part of being good with a specific weapon is being able to do that very quickly and seamlessly. Because even without leaving our base, which basically all this paint was done without, well, actually this stuff right here wasn't done. But I'm sure we could get this paint without. Yeah, like we can get all of this paint without ever leaving our base. But doing it quickly is what's important. Yo, what's up, Not Really TK? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's your day going so far? It's been really nice. I was saying it before, but waking up early is a mood booster. So I'm chilling. I had a nice weekend. Life's going pretty well. But that's what I want to see you doing, and that's what I want to see your Splash and the rest of your team doing. Is like take an opportunity, and again, as a ballpoint, you can sit really far back and get this paint. You know, if you're sitting back here, no one can hit you. And you can still hit these types of areas. And you can check your minimap as you're hitting along all of these areas. But get that paint, help your team. Give them information. You can do some damage potentially if they're sharking it. Now, this is a little bit closer, a little bit easier to see. But just understand the amount of range that you have
on ballpoint. Like, no one can hit you from up here on the enemy team based off of their last comp, but you can get paint all the way into mid. And knowing the ranges that you can hit is really important. So this is what I want you to focus on, because if you're just sitting here, it's hard to get paint in all of these areas, like along the sledge that you need, without, you know, doing something like this. But obviously if you're sitting here, it's very scary. Those are really good drop-off shots on sharking locations. Yes, absolutely. The drop-off on sharking locations is the most important thing. I really like the way that you phrased that. Also, Atlanti, thank you so much for the follow. Wait, are we at 1,000 followers? How many followers are we at? I usually don't keep track of these things, but 1,000's a cool number. Yo, we had 1,000. I don't know if this was the 1,000th. I'm gonna say it is, but thank you so much, Atlanti. Appreciate you. But yes, getting fall-off shots, like, and by drop-off shots, yo, thank you. In case someone trolls me and unfollows, at least we got the extra +1. But thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. This means quite a lot for me. My streaming journey's been a long one. But exactly like Putz was saying, like getting these fall-off shots before your team starts pushing is probably one of the biggest differences. Holy, oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. This is like the most important thing when you're moving defensively that you need to like do, especially as a ballpoint. It's really important to hit these spots, because if you like, you can prevent your teammates and alleviate pressure for them when they're trying to move forward. We did a review on Fantar submitted a review. They were playing against Alliance Rogue in a tournament. And yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And this is like, oh wait, sorry, it was on Rainmaker, not Clan Blitz. We just played Clan Blitz, so I was thinking about Clan Blitz. But on the Rainmaker on this map, and there was one fall off area that I was super impressed with, because I never see people do it, but it's like, it was just something that they just did. They like, it's something that you could miss because it takes like half a second for them to show it, but when you're being super analytical, like you keep track of these things. But like this area here, and like this sharking area here. So let me get my pin out. So hitting shots on this area when the rest of their team was pushing out on defense, because it's very common for people to shark on these areas, and hitting these shots is super important when your team's moving forward, because you can either see the enemy team paint back over it to try to shark in there again, or you know that it's clear and you have extra safety. Same thing, you probably can like hit fall off shots in this area, but like it's good to give your team this type of information. And like Machine did it a little bit later as well. Like Machine obviously doesn't have that kind of range, but I think they were hitting their sloshing machine shots like over the ledge, and they were hitting the same spot. And same thing as like a splash. I think splash you can definitely hit it from like right here. But before you start moving forward and then you leave yourself open, or even if you move wide like this, like if you don't have this area painted, like they can potentially shark you. So knowing the ranges in ballpoint is really important, because you can hit a lot of ranges. Like ballpoint, you can hit, they could still be sitting on the wall in these spots, and if you fall off perfect, you probably can deal with it. But at least this information, if they are on the walls, they're like stuck basically. And again, as you start painting over, the enemy team will paint over as well. But getting this type of information, getting information over here and back here before your team starts pushing is like really important information to do. And you'll see good players and top players do that kind of painting, and you probably will see it and you don't really think too much about it, because like, oh, they're just painting the map. But if you think about very specifically like why they're painting, and sometimes they are just getting that general coverage of paint, but there will be moments where they paint very specific areas for a very specific reason. And part of like some of that, that's why having people that are analytical about the game, they can kind of help expose people to it. So then when if you watch your favorite player playing the game, you may notice them doing that, but it's, oh, whoops, I gotta type in a code. But that's a concept that, the more that I watch high level players play this game, they just do those things like seamlessly. And yeah, the counter information, Shark approach differently. Yeah, definitely. Splatoon's a very nuanced game, and if you're playing as a frontliner, you can use this to punish the enemy team. Because yeah, if someone just paints that area and they feel like it's like, you can lull them into a it's like false security and like a false sense of safety. So they'll start moving forward if you shark in a way that avoids that specifically. And sometimes like, that's where you're like playing off of enemy habits and stuff, or it gets really into the meta of everything. But yeah, you can use this type of, and again, this is why it's important to like have a decent understanding of how a lot of different weapons work. Even if you don't play them, you can use use that knowledge against them. So yeah, that's a really good point as well. Because even if you're not a ballpoint, I mean, you should be doing it with all weapons, but even if you're on the other side of that type of painting, like you can still get value. But it's something that isn't often kind of talked about, but it's like super important. Everyone at higher levels does it. It just isn't talked about all that much. And I'll be honest, I'm not comfortable enough to where I'm doing this like always, personally. I'll do it often, but I don't do it always. And when you're really comfortable with your weapon, you'll do it always. Because at that point, that's not really like in order to use your weapon to accomplish that is weapon knowledge, but a lot of that is like general Splatoon knowledge. And that's why like you can, if you don't know about concepts like this and you play you know, if you only play a specific weapon and you don't do these things, a top player can pick up your weapon and be better than you in, you know, like a week. Once they get comfortable like actually like, you know, using a weapon, because they are thinking about these types of concepts. You can play, you know, something like a sloshing machine, you can play that for 2 years, but if you never use your weapon to paint for information, you're gonna get eclipsed. Like there'll be certain parts of your game that you'll like, one tricking will put the depth of your knowledge on certain parts of the weapon. It'll be at a point where people won't be able to touch you, and you'll just be way better than someone that's just picking it up because it's like the flavor of the month, or it's like really strong in the current meta. You know, ballpoint and inkjet is an example. But there's a lot of very common things that matter more, and if we don't focus those, and we don't have a good knowledge of the important things in this game, then people will jump over your skill very quickly. You can gauge how good the player is within 15 seconds of the match starting. That's an interesting perception. I usually look at like people's special usage at the beginning and, you know, how they play the opening, but yeah, defensive paint and how people are playing around stuff. My awareness is not to a point where I can be looking at stuff to that degree, but definitely when playing solo queue, like understanding how much trust you can put into your teammates. Obviously, if you're playing with people that you know, then you have a good understanding of how strong they are. But yeah, you can extract information and understand what's needed of you by doing that. Example, last match, you shot so much they didn't ink. Yeah, for sure.
More skilled players you want to distract. Okay. Oh shoot. That's moving too fast. Want to distract and create openings. Unskilled players with a weapon you want to over aggressively play them. Yeah, for sure. Mostly just try to look at movement and placement. Placement of shots. Yeah. Honestly, I'm still trying to get better myself at a lot of the general painting and like knowing where to paint and why, but yeah, definitely the next step is using that information and understanding like being aware of what your teammates are doing in those types of spots. I really need to play X rank. Hey, I feel that. I cringe ear to ear. If I see a sniper, for example, charge for 5+ seconds and not shoot. Yeah. We got time to maneuver. Okay. So we are playing. Oh yeah, I need to update the. One day I'll have it. So it has to be a bot or something that can like plug this information in if they fill out the form, but I'm not smart enough to do this. Mizu. We're playing vScope. Is open? Oh, series. So series S rank, and they said that their max X rank was about 2450, just about 2450. So gives us some good information. Anyways, when we look at this comp, we see some both comp. This is very much a solo queue or solo queue comp. Both teams have blasters, a brush, charger, and then one team has a bucket versus the tetra. So when I look at these comps, unfortunately, the enemy team has a slight range advantage over. Is it scoped? I think it's scoped. I can't even tell. Maybe it's not scoped. Oh wait, there's a scope. Yeah, there's definitely a scope. Okay, sorry. I don't play charger. I don't know these things. So in these spots. Oh no. Oh, okay. Thank you. I think Sons told me a while ago the control Y if you make a mistake on OBS. So anyways, within this game, like their team has a slight range advantage with a leader. I think both teams have like surprise factor and have the ability to play around ledges. But there's a lot of short range kind of weaponry here. Range blaster is going to be a little bit of a pain. But their entire team, if we don't have paint control like we saw in last game, we have to be careful our positioning as the scope around like these ledges and like these areas that we want to sit in. We'll probably want to take more defensive spots like these instead. But yeah, neither team, like both teams are pretty good at scrapping. I think our comp has a little bit more flexibility, but Tetris is definitely scary. But both teams have a special that can deal with the enemy charger. And then the other two specials are on their team are wave breakers, which help with the scrappiness. And we have cooler wave break. So on the surface, I definitely think we're a little bit faster. And they're a little bit more on the control-y side, but this line is very blurred because these comps don't make a ton of sense. But, you know, when we're looking at what we have the advantage with, our team has tacticooler, so we can actually push in pretty well. As a team, we have a decent. Oh, wait, we're playing TC. Okay, cool. Both teams have a good job of pushing in like on ledges and stuff, but I think the biggest takeaway I have from both of these comps is that this game can be very snowbally.
we have enough resources to be able to continue a push if we use Zipcaster at right time, if our buckets in blaster position in nice spots, you know, if Tetra and their blaster moves into nice spots. I think it's range blaster actually, but yeah. And then our comp are running Respawn Punisher. Respawn Punisher, LDE, and Object Shred. I don't know if I'm not sure what the optimal build is. I feel like usually, although it's scoped, so it might be different. But I know a lot of chargers will run like swim speed and stuff. But I don't actually know like the build. It makes decent enough sense, and like the LDE is nice in zones because we can spam bombs toward the end. But yeah, they're running LDE. I can't pause with the build out, but LDE, Respawn Punisher, and Object Shred. As a charger, it makes total sense, but I don't know in terms of like what's optimal. I'm not sure what's considered optimal. So, anyways, I would be careful again at the beginning of this match. I'd be careful about ledges and try to see what our teammates are looking to do. LDE swim and Object Shred. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense, but Respawn Punisher is still, I think, fine. One thing as a charger versus an E-leader is that we get our shots out more often. So there are opportunities for us to get more general paint when we're playing at the beginning. And like these little shots around the tower, like obviously we get a shot initially on the Tetra, but like the shot on the tower is like, I like these types of shots when there's like some downtime. But we'll see how this goes. Again, we're covering ourselves with this paint before we reposition, so I like that we're covering ourselves with our paint. Our team is able to get picks. Yeah, our brush is popping off. Yeah, I was gonna say now our team can start moving forward. We'll get cooler when tower gets closer. I would be a little bit careful about our side, yeah. This is definitely scary. I love that bomb. There's a lot happening here. It's a very scary situation. Oops. I went way too far back, but we pushed pretty fast. Really good from our brush to be able to get through. But in these kinds of spots, like again, I just like getting general paint in these types of areas. Because you know that they're going to be pushing here at some point. So this gives us like some information and it slows them down a little bit. So when this person takes a shot on our teammate, there's a good chance that the leader is going to be focused on this person over here. So one minor thing that I would do in this kind of scenario is that when this stuff is happening here, our tri-slash went down over here. I would put a little bit more attention over here for like our next shot. Obviously, you know, if this Reef Slider displaces someone that drops over here, it'd be nice to get an angle to get the shot, but for our own safety, I would be a little bit more focused on the right side here, which we get a vacuum off eventually, but I would have liked us to either like reposition completely and just jump off and throw a bomb, but this vacuum feels a little bit too panicky, and I think we could have got more value, but you're able to get good value in this this bomb because like after the vacuum you have full ink, so I love that you use part of your ink to throw this bomb, and the bomb placement's really nice. But we use the bomb and we know we have enough paint to be able to reposition just by getting tap shots. So this whole play is really sick to reposition. I tried to paint over the blaster. That's fair. That's fair. But at the end of the day, we did we kept ourselves safe in this spot, and that's kind of the most important thing. Missed the jump rope. The reason I don't run RP on spot chargers is because it's more aggressive than the E-leader. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I definitely think that if you're gonna play Charger, you want to be like scrappier with your positioning. So I definitely agree with your assessment. Yeah, this is a scary situation for us to commit to. Like, this pick is great. Our blaster went down. Again, I want more information from like what the rest of our team's doing. I'm gonna guess you're not map checking because you're playing scope in this spot, and that seems really stressful. But like, there's a lot of pain over here, and we don't know what's going on. So I like us looking over on this ledge for that initial pick is really good, and us watching like these common areas that people are going to be moving through was good. But we have to adapt to the situation, and our teammates, like one of our teammates, the only one that was on plat, is down, and we don't have enough information to confidently move forward in this type of spot, and we just get caught off guard by two people. I like that you notice that you're in a bad spot and you try to jump out. But we probably could have just backed off of the tower altogether. Like in this spot, when tower gets to like about here, I think we just drop off and we can either sit back, sit up here. We can potentially look for an aggressive shot on the wide side, like this kind of angle is something, it's cheeky. It's something you take one shot and you retreat. But this is something that we can do as a Charger potentially compared to a knee leader. But realistically, the safer spot is just kind of sit over here and wait for our teammates to either get into a position to help or be able to move forward. Because you can see your teammates are ready to maneuver. We just didn't give them enough time. We weren't able to stay alive long enough for them to start applying pressure onto both of these sides. So if we were able to slow down a little bit, this might go a little bit better for us, but oops. Our Tri-Slash is in a decent spot. We still might be able to get some value. And get a trade, and then okay, we won the head up. But overall, I've liked the play so far. Also, welcome in. Is it Lilirus? Hopefully, I pronounced that correctly. If not, please let me know. But yeah, if anyone would like to get a review done for any of their gameplay, I'm trying to keep pushing through these, and we're going to be doing more morning streams this week to continue to push through. But yeah, anyone is welcome at any point to submit replays, and we go in order from like the order that they're submitted. Also, welcome in, Sylvie, and congrats on the tournament win on Sunday. Y'all are playing really, really well, and y'all got some nice results. Nice shots. And again, this is like good general awareness. It's like we get that initial pick, and generally we'd be able to move forward, but like we have a good awareness of the entire map, and we notice that there's this Tetra over here. So it'll be interesting to see how we play it, especially when our teammates are going down. I want to reposition completely. The jump out here is totally fine. Maybe a little bit lucky we didn't get up there, but yeah. All good. And really nice shots from Charger here. Yeah, I'd be really careful. So one thing, again, I think based off of like us getting 2 picks and one of our teammates being empaths, it's not as likely here, but on this map specifically, when we're pushing to the first check, this area here is so important to control, and it's really awkward to deal with. But as like a Charger in the spot, this paint here is totally fine. Throwing a bomb here isn't necessarily the worst thing, but a lot of times people will just overly shark here to just get people off tower. We have blasters to deal with it. We have Tri-Slosh to deal with it potentially, but when they're not in position to do it, it's just like one just quick kind of check. Because it always feels really bad when there's someone just sitting here and then we start moving tower this way, and then like the people on tower, like it's a really strong push that completely gets foiled because we don't check that one area. So it's a minor thing. It doesn't come up here. It might come up later, but nice shot.
tough timing on the holy nice. Yeah, it's tough timing that your teammate went down before you could get vacuum out, but this play is about as well as you can play it. Again, after this first shot, it's very minor. I'd probably play on the left side of this pole because the weapons that they use and just their playstyle, they constantly are applying a lot of pressure through the plot side itself. So I would probably reposition while we have a quick moment before we charge up for our next shot, which we end up doing here. And then we kind of have to use the vacuum if we want to keep pushing forward. But, you know, teammate gets another kill. Both of the remaining people are on this other side. So I like obviously our focus with vacuum, but us slightly repositioning on the back side of this tower. So these people are going to be slowly out of range to be able to deal with us. You put the enemy team in a very uncomfortable spot by slowly kiting back this way as your vacuum's going out. So minor detail I really like, and then nice shot. I think they got a little bit desperate there, but we take it. Did we get soda? Nice. Okay. And again, good general paint. It'd be nice if we could cover this completely, but like we still have plenty of time. But I like the preemptive paint before they start moving in. Yeah, and again, in this type of spot, we have this massive lead. There's like a chance we could potentially KO. One of our teammates went down and the other one's jumping in, so you know, we have to slow down this push at this point. So I like us getting off of the tower. But yeah, in this type of scenario, we just want to hold control. Ideally, we can just hold control of like this left stack and just hold mid until we have an opportunity to push. But because you know the enemy team's coming out of spawn, I like your adaptation. We don't have to move all the way back into mid because it's safe for us to be in this type of spot currently. There's a little bit of a gamble that there might be, you know, there's enough paint for the enemy team to potentially be sharking in this type of spot, but you take a little bit of a gamble and like the enemy team obviously is going to be positioned to focus on the checkpoint and the KO. So based off of the information and everything, I really like this adaptation. And like you focus on holding control because your teammates are jumping in. If you hold this type of spot, like the rest of your team can just keep control of their plot area. And even if the tower continues to move back, like we don't want, it's not important for us to touch tower. We have a ton of time until it gets to like this point where we want to step on it again. So let's use this time to keep control and we can focus objective when we need to. But we already have a big lead, so we can stall this game out if we need to. Drives me nuts, people who run away from back through mid. Yeah, it's definitely like autopilot because it's like the right decision to back up a little bit. But yeah, there's definitely more optimal positions, especially when we have this much map control. Really awesome decision here. We give ourselves a couple opportunities. There's a chance we get spotted here. We probably should have looked to do something different after the first shot, but we don't get the shot. The tower's getting close and our teammate goes down that jumped into us. So I like jumping out. We probably could have done it maybe a shot earlier, but your teammate also might get a pick in that spot. Let me play it back through. Me when the tap shots do not work. That's so frustrating. Like this play's good. This is awesome, but yeah, we probably should jump back a little bit faster. I don't hate the idea though. Because paintbrush is pretty slow when they start shooting, so like there is an opportunity. If you were a little bit better and hit that shot in that moment, which I think you're fully capable of hitting that shot in most moments, but you know, unfortunately we don't get it there. But if you do hit that shot, like you probably have to back out either way. So I probably look to jump a shot before. Like give yourself one opportunity and then just jump out so you know you're getting out safe, but I don't know. Again, I like the idea. It's questionable. You could definitely make a case for staying as long as you did, but if the paintbrush was a little bit less subjective focus, then you might have potentially got spotted there. Because this was like at the very beginning of the season, so they probably didn't hit S plus 10, so they're probably S rank like currently. S rank is where they're at this point, because this was like day 1 of the season or day 2. But so I'm looking at it now. I need to add this space. It's bothering me. All right. But good question. Good question. Yeah, I try to do like what their max rank is and also like what their current rank is. It helps me and it helps I just provide another perspective of everything. Because they're definitely not an S rank player. But the people that they're playing against definitely aren't 2400. So I like having both just to get a broader picture of everything. S plus 50, all 9s. I got that the first season when there was an X rank. I did not even get the S plus 10. I think I got to like S plus 8 or S plus 9 last season, but I had to grind back from S to S plus, and that was more serious than I was hoping to play. Yeah, that shot there, I'd be a little bit careful. I think we just out of principle, like there isn't any immediate threats, but out of principle, I don't like the amount of time that we just sat here and kept shooting these shots. Like I think in this specific spot, it's like fine, but yeah, we leave ourselves open to other potential plays. And the E-leader goes for a cute off angle there. Holy, that's unfortunate. But yeah, I think we overstayed a little bit. You could be peeking a lot more. Fair. Yeah, when they were pushed up into the enemy's area over here, they had a nice little peek. But yeah, in terms of like optimal opportunities that you can peek are definitely good to keep in mind. Yeah, I'm very uncomfortable with this whole situation. I'm not sure exactly how I would want to play it here. It's like, this is fine. This is unfortunate. When we miss this shot, I still want to keep this person in mind. And we might be, but we're playing in a way where because like they've already started looking at us again. And we've given them way too much time to do stuff when we're going for these shots. Because we take 1 shot, 2 shots, 3, 4. And like during the 3rd shot, we saw that they repositioned and they're over here. But in this spot, the paintbrush totally could have flanked behind us. And I don't know if we would have been ready for it. So like we missed those. So like in this kind of scenario, potentially they can make this jump and flank behind us. We do have this bucket, so it's gonna be like the timing windows are weird, but looking at it here, if this person crosses over, your bucket should be able to hopefully stop them in time. But I don't think in the moment we're like aware of that. So I don't like they end up repositioning over this way, but we leave ourselves open to a really big play in this kind of spot, and I don't know if we should necessarily be doing that. And it's just unfortunate they're able to get the snipe, we aren't able to get that pick on the paintbrush. So it's a tough spot overall. I think again, if we have another opportunity, we probably get that second pick on the paintbrush and this push never happens. Also, welcome in, Mizu. Hello. At the moment where most of my struggles happen, it's rough for me, especially when we're pressured. Yeah, no, it's a tough spot. And I think in a lot of spots, you did a really good job of like jumping out when you need to, when you're pressured. Obviously, you don't jump out here, you have to fight. But I do think in this type of scenario, and I'm sure you could ask, like, this is the fun stuff to dissect because it's like hard. There isn't like a perfect answer. It's a very blurry and muddied situation. Like if you hit this shot, then we're super chilling. But I'm just a little bit scared at this point that we're not watching it. And you could make a case that our teammates are going to potentially look at it when they're moving in, but this is I don't know. This is a scary spot. I would probably deal with the person on the left before we start worrying about this. Again, I'm okay with taking like a single shot. I just don't love that we're like hyper focusing on like one specific thing and the rest of the match is happening around this. Like there's maybe an opportunity to use a bomb in this type of spot. It's really hard to say. This is where I would have to like... I can't tell you what the correct answer is, but yeah, I feel as uncomfortable as you are articulating. And I think getting more information on what the paintbrush is doing, because like it's not until this point that they actually take lead. Like we did have like a 21, 22 point buffer that gave us more time to like focus on other stuff. But it looks like you're able. You should have seen the brush flanking. Yeah. Unfortunately, they didn't commit to this. I think you can do it from like, I forgot where. I tested it out at the very beginning of this game but like, I think if you're like up this line, obviously you can do it over here, but like, I think they can make this jump. They can definitely make it if they swing this way, but we just left the opportunity that we very clearly saw, especially when they're like painting this area. I'm scared that they're going to commit to it. And I just don't like that we like shrugged it off. If we shrugged it off because we were expecting our teammates to look at it, I can kind of see that argument. But once you see your blaster throw the sprinkler down and start pushing this way, I would at least keep an eye on it. And I can't tell if you like map check in this type of spot or anything, but I'm assuming as a splatter scope, that's a lot to juggle. Yo, take care, take care. Thank you so much for the kind words. And appreciate. Always nice to talk to you. Glad you're able to drop by. But have a nice day. Now we can start pushing back. Could see it on the corner. Gotcha, gotcha. Past the second checkpoint. Oh, yeah, like this area? Yeah. I think the timing window's fine for us to make this kind of play, but yeah, like at this point. Oh, even before this? Oh, right side. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, they end up... Yeah, like at a certain point, they start appearing over here. Yeah, I gotcha, I gotcha. Yeah, you can see them brush like right in this type of spot. So yeah, we don't have to worry about it here. But our window of maneuvering is definitely lessened. You can definitely make the argument that you probably can push back even. You're talking about the zip? So there was a blaster at the bottom of that. Was there not? Are you saying there's an opportunity for a pick or Oh, you can see them climbing here. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you could look for that opportunity as well. Yeah. There's a lot of things that are happening here. And what Putz is mentioning is that there's like someone coming across this rail. It's like there is a potential opportunity to go for that kind of play, but this is definitely a tough spot. Our team isn't able to, and you know, you could also, because we saw the brush here, like you could make the argument that you could back up all the way this way to give yourself more time to potentially like reposition. And maybe you can even jump back over here. Like you can use this little thingy here and like make that jump. But there's a lot happening here. Again, in terms of the optimal way of playing this, I'm not sure. At least for me, I'm uncomfortable that we left the paintbrush sitting at the overall goal. But yeah, more observant and aware people could definitely, you can make a case to go for a pick on like the blaster that's going off of the rail to super jump. But again, this is another situation where I think you overcommit onto the tower. You overstay your welcome a little bit too much and take too many shots, but that's a bad situation in general. Keeping enemies separated. Totally valid. Okay, 2 down. I like that we're using this opportunity to get some paint down. Ouch. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I fault you at all here. I think almost certainly one of your teammates should be pressuring like this block up here and like this plot. One of your teammates should be able to pressure this. As a really nice angle from the E-leader here. And from my perspective, I don't blame you at all. I think one of our teammates 1000% should be able to start pressuring. Because like they can paint, but like with the enemy team mostly down, they should be able to like look for opportunities to just pressure this person. They're not going to get the pick. But like the Charger shouldn't be able to sit here and just get shots. They're just waiting effectively on nothing. Or they could be pressuring ledges or pressuring other parts of the map. But that's a really nice play by the leader. They definitely, kudos. But like, even if they don't pressure here, once tower gets to like this point and it's past this line of sight, like this leader is going to be going for this play anyways. And they should at least be in position and ready for that, which maybe that's what they're doing now, but I don't know. That's unfortunate. That's an angle that I think I've gotten punished for once, but it happens very infrequently. So I was super heads up from the enemy leader, but I would have expected one of my teammates on the stack to like do something. So I wouldn't think about that too much. Yeah, that's tough. We want to make something happen, but I appreciate the discipline there to jump out. Oh no, is our brush being... That's so annoying. Oh, they're moving now. Maybe there's an opportunity. I was gonna say try slosh. We need your help. Oh my god. Not nice. We should have got at least one of those picks way faster from the tri-slosh, but we were maybe a little bit fortunate. Our vacuum was able to hold up there. That was a very weird spot, but I think the vacuum play is totally fine. We take that, but yeah, our teammates need to find some initiative in order to like push toward that person. It's a GG. That's a good game. Yeah, Sylphie makes a good point about peaking. In terms of like your overall positioning with Charger, there might be some snappier and tighter positions that you can have in some of those spots. Truthfully, I would be out of my element to really talk specifically about which spots that we should be setting. There's like 2 spots that you were going for good peaks, but I that type of map knowledge as a Charger, you're not getting out of me unless I just BS it. But I think overall with this gameplay, I think your teammates let you down a little bit in terms of providing frontline pressure, especially toward the enemy Charger in multiple instances. But I think our priority targeting, I think we got a little bit too objective focused in a lot of spots. But it's a really close game either way. I think the push that you all lost on was tough. And I think the push that you all had, you did a really good job of getting off tower, repositioning over here, and like you gave your team an opportunity to continue the push. So, you sat here. Unfortunately, there wasn't a play to make over here, and like the jump that your tri-slosh had, they weren't able. I think they ended up getting spotted at some point. So unfortunately, you're unable to continue that push, but I think you make a lot of really good decisions this game. I think the biggest things that I saw from my perspective is that we're
we're a little bit greedy in slightly uncomfortable to really uncomfortable spots. And what that ends up meaning is that we either are overly trusting our mechanics, and like some days you might just feel like, oh, I'm hitting every single shot, so I'm just going to go for it. And sometimes it can work out. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage, but either we're overly relying on our own mechanics, which I don't like doing personally because I'm not like super, I don't think that, oh, I'm the best mechanical player ever. My mechanics are fine, but they're not like super sharp or anything. But the other thing that it does is that you're having to rely on your teammates to clean it up. Either if you go down or whatever it is that you're being greedy for, you're making your teammates have to focus on everything else. So I think part of this is like timing. I think you you have more time than you think you do. And like when tower's sitting in this spot and you have a lead and you're sitting like over here or something and you're just constantly shooting at it, like I would probably look to reposition a little bit faster. Obviously the big contention point is when our team is about to lose lead. We splat the jump in, which is great. We missed the shots on the paintbrush, which is really tough. But I think ignoring this altogether is a potential mistake. And, some of the moment-to-moment decisions of, focusing someone that's jumping over here, potentially getting a bomb off on this person here that's trying to move forward, potentially getting a bomb off on the tower that's moving forward. There's a lot of different ways that you can play this, and I don't know which would be considered the correct decision. I don't even know if there is a correct decision in this type of spot, but I feel like we make the laziest and greediest position from my perspective. Lazy in the fact that there's a lot more that we could be providing from the rest of the team, and we're kind of just expecting the rest of the team to like deal with everything else. But like when we have a blaster, like I'd rather just trust the blaster dealing with like the tower and stuff and getting them off the tower. We're also being greedy in terms of the fact that we had more time. Just in the overall scheme of things, like with the tower moving, like tower has to get to like here or something in order for them to take lead. And we were like we were betting the farm where what are other words? That's like a fighting game thing. Basically, or it's not really a fighting game, but they use it there. But just like just gambling everything away. Like we're gambling a lot here when we have more time to like work with this push. And I would have liked to see more than just like I'm focusing on like I hit shot on tower to stop tower or we lose. Because the rest of your team kind of gets swarmed. And even if you want to go for that play, again, like you have really good bombs throughout the game. Maybe a well-placed, like a well-timed bomb could potentially help with it. Again, this is a really tough spot. And if you find, if you have like a charger main or something, like I think this would be a fun like discussion because this is a tough spot. It really is. I thought there was because the blaster dropped left of me, closer to the brush. I'd hope they try to contest. Wait, close to the brush. You were hoping that they would try to contest the paintbrush, is what you're saying? Because I think that's reasonable. It is reasonable, but it's also reasonable to assume that your blaster in this kind of scenario wants to get up into this area because there's a timing window for them to sit here and get blaster shots on the tower to get them off. Again, I don't think this is the best play from them either, but I think what they end up doing is reasonable as well. And like there's a little bit of unfortunate ness. That's not even a word. But it's a little bit unfortunate that y'all had clashing ideas and that they weren't super synergistic, but because they also could have, yeah. I'm surprised that we didn't go for this brush, but they end up rotating this way.
the paintbrush at the end of all it. But I wouldn't focus on this. Like, this is where the lead changes at the end, so it is like an important decision here. But I think I think this was like a trend in other parts. I'm just gonna put aware for awareness. Because there were spots where like your awareness is like super good. Like I think your overall game awareness is actually good, but I think it's in these like uncomfortable or like these important spots that we tunnel a little bit. I think the other thing is prio. I'll just put priority of whatever priority of situation. So what I mean by the priority is that there's certain times where you were riding tower up here, and like as tower's moving up, you're looking for the shot, and a couple times like you either got paint there or you got a pick. I think looking here during this window when it starts moving this way is really good. But in terms of like, you know, we want to focus on this type of area, and if there's someone that jumps out or tries to jump to this clam or, you know, tries to take this angle, that we want to hit those shots. But the enemy team also had in multiple pushes, like they had all of this painted basically. So you have to worry about all of these threats while also having to hit like these tough shots. And in these types of scenarios, I'd probably just disregard them altogether. But if I had to choose between this and between this based off of the specific scenarios you were in, or like, sorry, focusing these areas versus this area over here, this area was definitely the more pressing matter. So that's what I would be more focused on personally. But again, this is something where like these kinds of scenarios, this is where having someone that's like a specific charger main might be able to give you a better idea of it. But I don't like leaving this area open because someone's going to swim through and start shooting at you. And like as a charger, you don't want to be forced into that spot. Obviously, if there's only like a little bit of paint, you could paint over it. But when the entire plat is basically the enemy color with only little splotches of paint, your color, I would just leave those situations altogether. And you waited until they were actually pressuring you, and then you like either try to jump out successfully or unsuccessfully, which at that point you definitely need to jump out, but you probably could have avoided those situations altogether if we were, you know, either we go for an initial pick over here and take one shot and then back out, or, you know, find ways to just be a little bit more survival. I like you you took a lot of really nice opportunities as a charger, specifically like a vCharger or like a scoped vCharger to go for the shorter range charger plays. Like because you can shoot fast enough, you go for these very cheeky plays that I like to see out of a charger. But sometimes again, time and place for those things, and like, you know, when your team has control, you sitting here letting your teammates jump in when tower's up here is like super, super good. But us being here on tower when one of our teammates just went down, this is all enemy paint and we have no one else in front of us. I would like us to be a little bit safer and just give your teammates jump in the mid and just hold control. I think we can leverage like running down the clock when we already have a pretty big lead. And I have to go back. I actually don't know what started the initial push that caused the lead change. But I wonder if it was when you were like, I wonder if it is a scenario where you could have slowed it down. This had to be it. Oh, yeah, this is definitely it. So how did we get picked by the Tetra here? Was this when we were overcommitted to this? Yeah, it was. Which they ended up getting a jump in, but that's so annoying. Yeah.
Like this whole thing could have been avoided if we played it just like a little bit safer. Because we got greedy on the tower initially, and then we got picked, and it just led to us being in that uncomfortable spot. Also, this Tetra is most perfect Tetra connection. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think you played it really well. But there's definitely some scenarios that, yes, our teammates could have played it better, but we also could have played a little bit more responsible. When we have a lead like this, we can be a little bit more responsible so that we can set ourselves up for like a good opportunity. Yeah, in that spot we could have backed out, we could have jumped out. There's a lot of things we could have done before this person gets in. But yeah. Yeah, the E-Leader's Ink. Yeah, that was tough. But you also potentially, because you were sitting in this spot for so long, like trying to hit those shots, like the E-Leader got a very nice shot on. Well, actually, we can look from the E-Leader's perspective. We have the power of the replay. But I think E-Leader gets a really nice shot that they actually just miss. Because you sit in place for so long. It's hard to tell. I think they should be able to hit you there, but I don't actually know. But yeah, our team needs to regroup, and we're trying to sit on our plot in a very unsafe spot. And you give, like, because you sit in this spot for so long, it gives the rest of the team an opportunity to move forward. So yeah, outside of that greediness, I think you played very, very, very solid. A lot of the, the collat that they hit over here, it would be over here. This collat that they hit. Wait, where? Yeah, it's right here. Like this collat angle right here. That's just super unfortunate. I think your teammates could have helped you all out to potentially make your life a lot easier as a Charger player. But we could have also played more reserved in spots where we had this massive lead. In general, not really a great game for me. I feel like we had solid map control at the start, but everything was chaotic after the initial push. Yeah, definitely. But again, little like just tiny decisions that cause a rippling effect in the greater scheme of things. And as a Charger, if you can just stay alive, even if like giving yourself an opportunity to get one shot, and sometimes you can even greed for the second shot, is fine. But greeding for 3, 4, 5 shots until you get pressured, we have to be a little bit more proactive than that, from my opinion. But overall, I think that was a really good game from you. I don't think that was a bad game at all. I think you got put in some really tough spots. And like, there's not a definitive play that you could have made to fix all these situations other than like, hit your shots, forehead. Oh yeah, just hit your shots. Outside of, that silly type of feedback, I think just trying to be more stable, and even if you back out, go for another shot, and when your team's ready to push in, because your team was still staggering and respawning in, staying alive long enough to just get like a vacuum out so that the rest of your team has an easier time pushing onto the tower, like can help a little bit. But yeah, I like your teammate went AFK at the end, which always makes me sad. But yeah, teammates didn't help you a ton in certain spots. I think on the push they actually did okay, but especially on defense, I think collectively y'all probably could have played it better. But overall, I think you played it very well. Felt that as a backline play, sticking to the same person for too long. Yeah, that's kind of that's the only like glaring thing that I would see. Otherwise, I thought your gameplay was actually like very good to excellent. So definitely appreciate the review. And also, do you play, are you on like a comp team? Do you play competitively, or are you solo queue? I want to say that you play, I think I asked you this before. I think you said you play competitively, but the name sounds familiar. But it might have just been me
seeing you in solo queue from some point. But I definitely think you could be a... I feel like the way you approach solo queue, you probably do play competitive to a certain degree, especially with the expectations that you make from your teammates. I think it's a very organized Splatoon approach to things. And unfortunately, they dropped the ball in a couple spots. That was fun. Honestly, we're just going to keep steamrolling along. We probably can do one more, and then I'll probably have to call it because I need to do some stuff. I need to do some stuff before dinner. I might be able to stream later. We might be able to get a second stream, but I might also take some time to catch up on the other reviews that I did and not get ahead of myself on the reviews that have been completed. But we'll do at least one more for today, because we definitely have time for that. And again, I appreciate everyone's patience with getting through all of these. I know that I was at a busy and some IRL and some competitive team stuff that I was working through basically all weekend. Some of it out of our control and some of it was already planned, but we're definitely gonna get back on track this week. So again, much appreciated. And again, thank you so much for the 1,000 follows. That's an achievement that, I'm gonna be honest, I did not think that I would ever hit. So I appreciate you all a ton. I've been very happy to have a lot of enthusiasm and interest in like the review stuff. Partially because more support on me selfishly is awesome, but again, I just really, I always drop my controller, so I got really scared I dropped my controller. I just didn't really enjoy the conversation and being able to have a platform to have conversations that are more proactive and more analytical and stuff. It makes me enjoy the game a lot more. So again, appreciate you all. Ooh, X rank splat zones, my favorite. Another what was this thing called? Squiffy. Wait, Sun's on the other team. That's my teammate. You're probably playing against an E-leader. I'm gonna cry for you. Oh no. Okay. Well, this match is already tough because you're having to play against an E-leader. Sorry, I'll catch up with chat real quick and then we'll get into it. I need to update this thing as well. But you're saying you used to play competitive in Splatoon 2. Oh, maybe that's where I saw you from. Pick up scrims, Div 3-4 and S3. Not currently on team, moving country soon. Oh, looking to return. Sick. Nice. Hopefully, as someone that has done many cross-country moves in the last couple of years, I wish you the best of luck. But it definitely sounds like an exciting time. It's always frustrating until fucking, why is it? Okay. I think it's better now. Yeah, I think it's better now. I think I got halfway unplugged. I like hit my phone on it. I think it did it. Is microphone better now? Also, thank you, because I would not have noticed that. I noticed I hit the cable, but I didn't think it did anything. But I think we should be good now. Thank you. Bab the goat. Impressive charger. Definitely the kind of charger I want on my team. A real. Definitely, especially in solo queue. We want the proactive chargers. Going for the cute plays. I feel like I don't want to say this. I feel like I say I'd want this person on my team after every review. Yes. I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, you know, people that are actively looking to get better usually are. You know. In my experience, usually it's one or two like very glaring issues that they need to change in order to like have this giant like level up basically. Like there's one concept that they get introduced to, or one thing that maybe they autopilot, or like a mistake that they make consistently. And if they can just get a fresh perspective from someone to like identify what that is, it's not going to immediately make them better the next day, but it at least like helps them. Because like they kind of just like people will start plateauing, and then if they find something in their decision making process that is causing them issues, then like they get to skyrocket again until they inevitably hit their next plateau. And you know, that's why just having these conversations and having to, you know, try to push yourself, try to analyze your game, all of that's really important, because you're really just trying to figure, you know, jostle around some ideas enough in order to find that one thing that resonates with you. Of, oh, I did not even think about this. You know, I have this new thing. Like if you can analyze your stuff and find a new thing for you to focus on for a little bit, like is the best feeling. Chargers, my beloved. So true, so real. All right, let me update the player thing. Let me get the. So this is Chobs. They are playing Squiffer. I think there's only one Squiffer in the game currently. Sadness. And then they are. Okay, so they said this is currently X rank around 2030 when the game was played. Their max is about 228. Nice. Pushing for new peak 24 hundo. Let's go. Definitely doable. I just want to hear your perspective of what I need to be doing better. Big mistakes that I'm making. Totally understand. So we're looking just for a second perspective. And unfortunately, my perspective is we're crying in the club this game. Zones against E-Leader is awful. Zones on Brinewater against E-Leader is like GG. It's over. It's tough. And obviously, like, my teammates, I'm gonna assume that they played top notch. They went 20-0, popped off. But this is a really tough matchup. So Squiffer's obviously gonna want to, like, it's somewhat of a charger, but it's also a lot more like mid-rangey. So there's definitely a lot of aggressive angles that we can take, but we also have another backliner in this ballpoint where like Inkjet isn't bad here. It isn't great, but they're also gonna have a hard time establishing themselves because they like to be on this rail and like assert their range dominance on the rest of the game. But when you're having to deal with an E-Leader, we're crying. But both of these comps are all over the place. You know, they have double Tetra versus Tetra and Sploosh. Like your Sploosh has the opportunity to get behind the backline and get some easy hammer plays. I think you're in a really interesting, unique opportunity as a Squiffer to lay down bubbles in certain spots, allow your teammates to get in, give your teammates jumps. And there's some interesting angles that you can take, but breaking in is going to be difficult. So we'll see how this plays, but if we're able to get in, we can definitely annoy the other team really, really well. And there's big play opportunities from both your zip casting Tetra and just hammer with Sploosh. Like Sploosh can just like, they're so fast. If they find an opportunity to get in, they can break open the game. I actually don't know how the Tetra Squiffer matchup is. Like I would assume it's just kind of like this is when you want to sound smart and you don't actually know the answer to a matchup, you just say it's a skill matchup. But I do think I would say Squiffer versus Tetra is definitely very much a skill matchup. I think if you get the jump on them, then you know you have like a slight range advantage, but maybe slight to somewhat significant, but maybe not. I don't know. but they obviously have the mobility on you. But you can charge up in a lot of, like you're a very flexible charger. So I don't know if you're confident. If you see an E or a Tetra, I don't know if, as a Squiffer if you're actually confident in like taking this fight or not. So if it's confident, then I feel a lot better about this. But it definitely feels like a skill matchup, which isn't like when someone says skill matchup, it doesn't like it does mean something, but it's just funny that when there isn't like a very clear answer, it's just skill matchup. Situational is probably the better one, but I just love using skill matchup. Down to both players. If Squiffer had bubble, they win. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, getting down bubble, like if we can establish bubble in a good spot, this is kind of like the big fight here. It's like we're in a battle to get bubble in good spots, which like if the enemy, like if you're pushing the enemy team, like bubble here would be great. Bubble here is fine. Like if you get bubbles in this kind of area, like you're super chilling. But getting into these spots is going to be really hard as playing against E leader on this map, and then also having to deal with a heavy. But you know, even getting bubbles, even like getting in this type of spot is going to be really hard. I don't know. Finding opportunities to get bubbles, I'd probably err on the side of being more over here than being stuck over here. But we'll see how it plays out. There's a lot of variables at play here. Let the Tetra fight someone else and wait for them to use all 4 rolls. Yeah, I mean, any sort of charger, that's definitely like the go-to play. No kappa needed. As a splash that plays with a charger on my team, that's how I deal with Tetras. I throw burst bombs at them, try to stay out of their range, and just wait for an opportunity where they slip up and then charger can get a pick. But yeah, I do like us playing this left side more. It's more awkward for the enemy team to find angles on us. This is a scrappy game. Yeah, okay. As a tough opening. I think there's a lot of really good ideas. There's a couple of important decisions. I'm not sure exactly. They're tough. But I do like the opening here. I like us going for the aggressive play and taking control. Like I like us playing on this ramp before the enemy team can establish like charger setting up and stuff. So this is like really smart, and like us peeking using this little ramp area over here. Like I love the opening position here. And again, this is where timings are weird. Like if you get this shot out, I don't know if I like the second shot. I wonder if there's a world where you can get the first shot. Like that's kind of whatever. When they start rolling like this, I would potentially look, like I would hold my shot a little bit and see if they commit all 4 rolls. Because like Not Really TK was saying in chat, like there's like, if they make this play, regardless of if you're trying to shoot or not, like if they keep rolling like this, if they end up in this position and you have a charge ready, this is a free pick. But it's really hard and really in the moment. But when you're playing against Tetra, like this is probably like a common decision point when you're playing against Tetra. So it's something that I would at least like consider and just see like if you can bait them into rolling, because when you're sitting behind this cover, like you're chilling, you can kind of sit here for a little bit. But if you can get your charge ready and just play reactive based off of what they end up doing, they may not fully commit to this type of play, but if they do, then this is like a very free pick for you. But it's a tough spot for sure. We reposition because we don't want to die to the charger. With us repositioning and the Tetra taking up space, we have to continue to reposition because we're going to be in this really awkward spot. So this play makes sense. I like that we don't give charger an angle. We use this cover to shield off from the charger, and we give ourselves an opportunity to hit this. But again, yeah, that's tough. We get the partial there.
Again, I wonder if in this type of spot, if we could hold our charge a little bit. Like if we hold, yeah, if we hold, we probably die. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate we get the partial. I don't know how close we were to actually hitting the shot, but the one thing I will say though, this is very dangerous, which you kind of have to, like, you have to take this risk at this point because there's just chaos happening everywhere. You could potentially sit here and like look for someone to swing. Maybe have the range to hit a shot here, but like there's someone pushing from this left side. I think moving out of this situation is totally fine, but I don't think we can be aggressive at this point. There's still a Tetra over here that's probably gonna pop up on our ball point. And so either we need to position to assist that, which if we try to do that, we probably die to a charger. You know, it depends on how much you trust your Zipcaster to prevent the charger from getting a shot. Because like Zipcaster here, this should hopefully give you enough safety to be able to help your ballpoint here. But we don't really commit to a play. Like we're focused on the zone in this type of scenario. And then like this person goes down, but they at least, like this opens up the window for you to get this pick cleanly. But when both of your teammates go down, you have to like, you gotta get out of there. Yeah, like us jumping this way and charging, this is a lack of discipline here. We can't go for this. This is hero mode, and we have to chill. The one nice thing is that we have bubble ready, so when our team tries to retake, if the enemy team tries to push too hard, because they're gonna take our stage, just based off of timing windows. But if they push too hard up our ramp, we can at least use bubble and stabilize and maybe get a free pick on the. I mean, they're probably just gonna run in. That's the other thing you have to worry about against the car or the reef slider Tetra, is that they are looking for reef slider opportunities when you bubble. But regardless, I don't like for us to go for this type of play. We either need to back out completely, or that's really all we can do. Either keep backing out or like potentially jump out if we get behind this cover. But jumping out in this type of spot, and like especially with bubble, it takes time for us for that thing to actually become active. So like we waste one of our defensive resources going for a desperate play. But other than that, I think you navigated the opening really, really well. That's just one thing against Tetras that I would, if you're safe enough in an opportunity and they start rolling, if you can time and hold your charge for when potentially they use all 4 rolls, I would look to do that, but it may not be an opportunity that's like consistent. But if it's there, you should basically get that pick for free. If this is a good Tetra, they'll probably roll back and forth against the block to wait for the next 4 rolls. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, and again, that's where you like play against the opponent, but at least give yourself an opportunity. Like if they just auto commit to the 4 rolls every single time, then punish them every single time until they stop doing it. Exactly like Sun's saying. That's where you start figuring out, that's where you can get information on the player that's playing the Tetras and start to understand like how they deal with chargers and how they play around chargers. Oh. Going for this play is very risky. Nice shot. Ooh. Okay. I don't know if I like the drop here. I don't know if dropping in this spot is the correct play. It's unfortunate that your sploosh ends up getting splatted here. But this is kind of dangerous. Because we dropped and we didn't look to see if we could get a shot on the Kraken that's about to end. Which they like position themselves far away enough that they're kind of out of your range. So like even if you were setting up for a shot, you're out of their range at this point. So they played it well. But this is a huge gamble. If we lose out on this gamble, we probably just get KO'd here. This is very greedy, and this is not a good spot for us. If Tetris plays it a little bit slower, and this person has plenty of time to like paint and like the enemy team doesn't have to commit. They can just outpaint you until you're stuck, and then you either have to jump out or then they can like dive. Like they were a little bit preemptive. Like once they saw you, they just started taking fights. I like that you use this ledge. Like you navigated this play as well as you could, but this is just like, this feels very greedy. I don't think it's completely needed. I think with the charger in this type of spot, I would prefer, and I could be wrong, but I would prefer just trying to paint and like maneuver onto this person a little bit more consistently. Yo, never mind. I don't know if it's Nevermind Lolo, NVM Lolo, Nevermind Lol. I'm not sure. Please correct me, but thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. But mechanically, this is like, knowing that you have to take this kind of fight, using this wall for the first drop and then repositioning farther away for the second one, this is super clean. Like mechanically, I love to see it, but I think the setup for this was dangerous. Like you at some point you do have to take a little bit of a risk, but this goes back to, you can play it a little bit safer and a little bit more with your team and fight for the stage where the charge, like the leader's at currently, if we didn't waste our bubble beforehand. But we definitely felt like we were panicked and we had to go for a play. I don't think that's a very high percentage play, but we're in a little bit of a tough spot. So I don't necessarily blame you. But I'm totally fine. I don't think you needed to use the bubble, but I'm totally fine with you doing it because we need to retake. So just wasting the special just to do it. We're not fully aware on where the, because it's, oh wait, when did the leader, I think they jumped out, or did they get splatted? If leader got splatted, I don't like this play. But yeah, they just, yeah, no, that bubble's totally fine because we don't fully know where they're at, and I'd just rather us be comfortable and just get this. So bubble, I'm totally fine with. The first bubble over here was a big throw. This bubble here is totally fine. It guarantees us the fact that we get this, and then our hammer actually gets value. So now we're in a good spot. Now the enemy team's kind of in a scrappy position, and we can start taking spots that are going to be hard for us to take. Our sploosh is going the ham. Your positioning here, I'd have to double check. There's a chance that charger, like leader, can hit you. So I'm a little bit scared. This is like kind of minor, but I think there's a chance. Charger's probably watching this ramp, but I'm actually interested to see from their perspective. But if we're gonna like I like you looking for this play, but if we're gonna do it, we need to like be behind this cover. Super minor, but it feels like we're out in the open and that we can potentially get punished here. Yeah, this spot you totally, like, they got their Wavebreaker out, so like you weren't technically exposed. But if they didn't get Wavebreaker and they were looking, like if they didn't do Wavebreaker and they were looking for a pick instead, like your positioning is GG. So I'd be a little bit more mindful. Again, either use this as cover or like stick closer to the wall. I'm okay with you using this as cover just because the rest of your team's kind of over here, so you don't want to like bunch up and get in each other's way. But it's a scary opportunity. And so your team's going down, you're trying to get as much info as possible. I think this is very reasonable. Yeah, again, like even those little tap shots out in the open are your potentially E-leader food. That's unfortunate. Nice shot. Yeah. I like the constant refresh on this so that the rest of your team has some information on like what the, like whether they want to go for this type of play with Tetra, or if, you know, your sploosh is able to fully go over here. Yo, Reese, welcome in and thank you for the hydrate. I'm running low on water, so it's gonna be Gatorade hydrate until we're done. But in between these shots, getting the refresh on this wall is really good with your
I don't even know what that sub's called, I'm gonna be honest. I know Echolocator was the name of the special in Splatoon 1, but whatever that thing is. I like the way that you're playing it. Oh, nice try. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm very interested to see how you use your bubble here. I think this is fine. I'll be a little bit careful though. This is a very point sensor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't think of the name. Appreciate y'all. So this play's totally fine. If you get the, like, this is a tough shot, but if you get this pick, that'd be massive. Your teammate gets it. Either way. So I love that we're taking space here. It's only the leader left. I'm okay gambling that one of your teammates is gonna get picked right here. Like, there's a chance you go down here, but it's okay. Because, like, having your hammer player get into position or having a bubble on their ramp threatens the KO. So I like this. The one thing I will say, because the hammer's in front of us, I don't know. I feel like I want to be more aggressive with this, but if we just swing out, there's a chance we do get picked. I don't know. I think the bubble location is totally fine. I think the problem that I see from us specifically, at this point, this is not our problem. We cannot worry about this person at anymore here. Your team is still in a really good spot. Like, this is awkward, and you're still dealing with like these things, which are really annoying. Like, this is awkward, but this is still a really good position for us and a good situation for us. Because this Tetra is not going to outpaint the rest of your team. So if you think from the enemy's perspective, this leader, this heavy, either they need to use their shots to take the zone and contest it because they're about to get KO'd, or they're like dropping in this type of spot. So in this situation, once you see that this person is out of your range, this is not us. Someone else on our team can deal with it, and we already have someone like watching it. Like, let them deal with it. I want us to focus our attention over here. I want us to focus on control because the other team is way more desperate than we are currently. And we play this like very desperate. Like, I understand we're trying to like paint to like hold the zone and stuff, but we can also keep a paint differential by lining up one really nice shot against all the desperate people on the enemy team. Because like, we're sitting out in the open, the area is contested. Now there's a chance that they like, there's a chance at this spot, because you're sitting out in the open, that they can actually afford, like the leader can afford to take a shot on you and you go down, and then they can retake the zone either way. But in this type of spot, obviously the KO is very nice, but we can indirectly, like, if we directly just try to outpaint the enemy team at this point, we're not gonna get it. Like, we're not gonna get the zone because they have numbers advantage, and like we're just, for a lot of reasons, we're not able to do it. So I would rather focus our attention on the rest of the people on this left side here and look for those picks. I like how Sprinklers one sub that's on most kids. I don't know why they've done that. Lugia wins Fresno regionals. Is that the card game, or is that the VGC? And also, I'm assuming Lugia is the Pokemon, unless there's a player named Lugia. But I don't know what that means in the overall meta, but you not being happy about it is unfortunate.
Yeah, very quickly, I just want to run this back from the 2 backliners on the enemy team, or just the enemy team as a whole. Yeah, this person's desperate. Is basically GG at this point. Like, if you look, this person's going for a pick on this person that's chasing your leader. Or sorry, the person that was going for your Tetra. I think it was your Sploosh that was going for Tetra. But in this spot, they have to focus on the zone. They can't afford to not focus on the zone. So while this situation... And this is why I wanted you to be a little bit more aggressive with your bubble, even though I think your bubble is probably the right decision. I just wish we could do it farther. But the one thing that I would mention, in this type of spot, when we get sorry, I was reading comment on Pokemon. Pokemon TCG, it beat Lost Box. I have no idea what Lost Box is. Another deck I hate. I would rather Lost Box win. Oh no. The only comp that I know in VGC Pokemon is like Trick Room. Is there a Trick Room equivalent in the TCG or no? But I'd be interested. I need to like find someone that explains the TCG to idiots like me. I have no idea how that works. I have card game experience, but not Pokemon. Pokemon is the decision making in the VGC is really interesting, but I know nothing about the TCG. But in this spot, we can afford to be super aggressive. Like we even without the bubble, we can be over here. Like we can just sit here and go for these shots. Because if their heavy turns around to shoot you, or if the leader turns around to shoot you, then we're happy. Because the rest of our team has an opportunity. The rest of our team can hold the zone. The rest of our team can deal with that Tetra that ends up dropping. So yeah, welcome in AI. Hello, hello, hello. But in this type of scenario, we want to be way more annoying than we ended up doing. Like we're trying to play to survive, but the enemy team is like, you can use the objective in your favor. Like you can play very greedy here because they have to focus objective. So like, you know, these shots are okay, but that's why I say in this type of scenario, which, you know, like we're already too slow because we're positioned here. We're too slow to deal with anything in this spot, which again, I understand from your perspective. If you move this way, you can kind of tap shot and like hold the zone. But regardless of if the enemy team retakes the zone or not, I want to focus more on control of the map, which if you are fast enough, you can get a pick and you can still, like if you get a quick pick on their backline, then your team will get a KO anyways. Like your entire team is going to do a better job at painting the zone than you are. And you're in a very unique position to be able to play more aggressive over here. Either swing wide or just like, you know, you can use this and just, I just want you to take an aggressive fight where their backline has to turn around to deal with you. This is the mistake that I see here. Lost Box takes skill. Luigi, all you need is luck. Unfortunate. At least luck, you have to calculate probability. That's the fun thing in card games, is being able to do a bunch of calculations in your head and going with the most interesting decision. But I don't know enough about Pokemon. It's definitely frustrating. Oh, thank you. Wait, do I have you added on Discord? Could you just send me that link in Discord? I'm probably gonna lose it if it's in the chat. But if you could message me on Discord with that link, I'd actually be really interested. When I'm editing videos, I need like random stuff to watch while I'm going through it. So that would actually be a nice video to watch. Because yeah, like we've given these people all the time in the world to do whatever they want. And this is like this is the mistake. Because no one wants to deal with you if you're over here. Yo, Ken81, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, my friend. Again, we were able to hit, due to all of your fantastic support, we were able to hit 1K followers, which we started streaming. We've been on and off streaming for a while, but at the very end of Splatoon 2, we started streaming a little bit. Also, some of my early followers were, I played Legends of Runeterra, which was another card game. I think I played Hearthstone. I've had a couple of streaming accounts over the years. I don't know. I've been streaming for a little bit, but anyways, I've never had this amount of support and everything. So again, I appreciate you all. It's been a fun one. Hopefully we'll continue on. But yeah, this play that you're going for now should have happened before your teammates went down. I love this aggressive play earlier because your team is able to you're able to alleviate pressure from the rest of your team. The paint and the potential pick you get on the Tetra if you were a little bit faster, which is impossible because of your positioning. You're good, Reese. I got the video pulled up. Don't you even worry, my friend. But best of luck getting your account back. I know that stuff is always annoying. But yeah, this play that you're going for here is something that I wanted you to do faster. Also, nice shot. That was really good patience there. I don't know if I have that discipline. Tough. I think in this spot we squid roll the timing, but we make it out. Either way, like after the enemy team retakes, you have a very big impact to actually hold control of the map, which y'all probably should have lost when you didn't swing for that opportunity aggressively to deal with their backline when your team was about to KO. So we're back. I don't know. Oh, nice try, nice try. That's a really interesting shot on the... I respect your awareness in this type of scenario. Because I'm worried about this so much. And I don't play Squiffer, so maybe... As a short range shooter, I never get this opportunity, but I love the creativity of going for this jump shot over here. Like this play right here is super heads up. And I just want to highlight, like we don't get any value out of it, but this is so cool. Also, this paint looks really weird as like droplets. But this play is super, super sick. I really wish you got the pick here because I love this. The creativity there and the angle and like the map knowledge is super, super sick. Yeah, at this point we can't worry about the zone. We have to focus on our own life. Nice. Which partially, which I don't know what the rest of the team's doing in this spot, but I don't like that we're just kind of sitting on the zone. Okay. I guess in this spot we can technically assume that our sploosh is still fighting the leader. So if you're making this play because you know that the leader can't get a shot on you because of the sploosh, then I'm more okay with it. And you understand that you're close to your bubble here. Then I'm more okay with this play. But I'm very uncomfortable with us going for this type of scenario otherwise. But we do end up positioning ourselves to not get hit by the leader, so we're chilling. And the shot, super, super good. Nice. Also really minor. I'm guessing you did this intentionally, but I like that you played around your beacon here. Whenever I fight against someone inside of a bubble, whenever I shoot this beacon inside of the player, I get really sad. Like really, really sad. So like this little micro positioning difference to end up getting, hopefully having this eat some of the shots, which it very clearly does here, keeps you alive. And again, this is just really good comfort of knowing how to play inside of a bubble. So again, very, very quick thinking and very creative gameplay that actually keeps you alive here. I don't know about peeking out here. Nice shot. I don't know about peeking out here. I think we did enough work at the beginning that I don't know we go for this. Welcome in, Sanic. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Like, we get this pick, we just sit here and we're chilling. Just sit behind this cover and let's get some more information. I respect the confidence here. We don't need to do this. This jump is like montage clip. We're trying to get on.
This is our 1,000 likes on twitter.com is we hit this and then we hit this. But if you're playing and you actually want to win, sit behind this cover. You can still, like, while you're charging, you can still get an angle and see where this person is. But like, if you're sitting behind cover here, they don't know when you're popping out. They can guess your Squiffer timing. But yeah, this play is just like, kudos on hitting your shot, but this could have gone way worse. And this is just like, I think it's almost always correct for you to be sitting back here, and then you swing once, you know, either they finish their rolls or, you know, once they're in range, you can like swing out and it makes it harder for the enemy team. The other idea you can have in this spot, like, you know that your sploosh is with you here. So after you get this pick, you're totally okay to sit here. You don't even have to swing. You can, or like, you can wait to swing until you know that the Tetra is like shooting at this teammate specifically. You can use this person as bait because you're really low on like your overall HP, which is partially why I don't like you swinging out. But even if you're full, this is still not a good play. But yeah, we can just sit. And if they like try to pre-fire you, then your sploosh just like runs on them and they get splatted. But if they start shooting at your sploosh, then you can swing out and you know that you're not going to take any damage. Because the one nice thing about this swing out is that, yes, there's a chance that they could actually hit you here. But like, you're mostly covered from the charger. Clip heavy player. Understandable. Actually true. If you make a trainer account for Pokemon and download the trading card game, it gives you an interactive tutorial. That was the best drawing I've ever seen. I've never had anyone ever compliment a drawing, so I appreciate that. That's a first for me. Yeah, I forgot that they have the you can play the trading card game online now. I actually need a new game to play when I'm on the treadmill. So if it's something that I can do on the treadmill, we're actually chilling. Yo, Celeste, we were talking about you not too long ago. I forgot to blame Trig though. No, we woke up really early this morning. We're on a good schedule for this week and probably for the next coming weeks. But no, saying I need to get the bonk instated. I went on like a 45-minute, hour-long tangent. PTCG Live is a new client. Is that? I'll have to see what that is. But if that's something I can play on my phone, I might actually mess with it. Joined hell late. Yeah, I was up way earlier. I wouldn't expect anyone to be here. I'm surprised that there's anyone here, so I appreciate you all. Okay, yeah, I'll actually have to download it. That actually sounds interesting. I've had an itch to play a card game, and I know that Legends of Runeterra I have experience with, and I think they have like free decks, like a bunch of free decks that you can get right now. I kind of want to like grind that at some point. Hearthstone is just too expensive for me right now. But I play they have like an auto battler in Hearthstone that I like play often because you can play it for free basically. But playing the actual card game in Hearthstone, as much as I love it, I'm a Hearthstone shill. This is a Hearthstone mug. I love that game, but it's just too expensive for me. I know you can play it for free, but you know. How are you? Have you eaten breakfast? No, I didn't. I did movie night with the wife yesterday, and I had some leftover candy. So I had some candy this morning before I started streaming. Otherwise, no, I have not eaten. But I'm trying to figure out what to make for dinner tonight for us. So that's why I have to end stream early, because I gotta figure out what that's gonna be. Have that ready before she gets back home. Candy, yeah. It was no one likes them, but for whatever reason, it's like whenever I watch movies, I love like the Whoppers. They're like the malted chocolate balls. They're like the loudest thing. My wife hates them. If I ever get them when we go to the actual movies, she hates it because it's just like, they're just so loud. So I'm like slowly, like when it's like a quiet part, I'll like put my hand in the candy and it's just like the loudest thing ever. But it was fun. It was fun. We have like a new living room set up. That's why if you can tell, I don't know if anyone's ever paying attention. But like behind me is like I had to reposition in this room, so I'm sitting in another corner of the room, which is why there isn't a window immediately next to me. Because I had to reposition a little bit because we this whole weekend we had to do a bunch of rearranging. We got like a rug and a new couch, so we're chilling. It was a stressful weekend, but it's over now, and we were able to finally, like, once we got everything in place, we were able to have a movie night yesterday. So long story short, that's enough about me. Give candy. We have a couple. We have some leftover Whoppers, and we have the watermelon Sour Patch Kids. I don't know why those are the best. Different lighting, different person. They're pretty good. All right. Whoever likes Whoppers are good people. Play replay in the server. Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna be powering through a lot of them this week. Hopefully we can stay on a good schedule. But yeah, it'll be a little bit of a wait. But hopefully by the end of the week we'll have it reviewed. But thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate that. One day I'll try all this stuff. Oh yeah, some American candy. Honestly, if you haven't had it, you probably just shouldn't. It's not good for you. It is a fun treat though. But yeah, nice mechanics on your end, but I think we're overly relying on our mechanics a little bit. Also this jump, I'm gonna assume trying to cause chaos with the boomers. I'm assuming in the spot that you're trying to jump to your other teammate and you made a mistake. Actually, I can see a world where you'd want to make this jump. I would never make this jump. But I'm assuming that you were I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're trying to jump to your teammate here, which is probably fine. There was like a brief second where this was all your team's color and you had two teammates here. But I would still not jump here because this is basically going to play out this way. Either like the enemy team's gonna start collapsing over here anyways, and I don't like us jumping. If we have stealth jump, it's a little bit better. Yeah, we have stealth jump. I can understand the idea, but I don't like the jump. I still think it's a bad jump, but I can understand why you made the decision based off of the paint and everything. But understanding the momentum of the match, by the time you land your jump, they're probably gonna find you either way. More of a mechanical player. Honestly, I respect that. Anyone that has the confidence, whether you have the mechanics or not, having the confidence that you have the mechanics is something that I actually really respect in people. And I need to get better at myself. I also need to work on the mechanics, but like the confidence to like display your mechanics, whether you have them or not, is tough. It's a tough world. So yeah, our team needs a way to like get back into the game. That isn't quite enough. Oh, nice shot. This is scary. Our positioning is a little bit awkward. I don't know why they went as wide as they did. After this pick, I'm kind of scared being here. If this person takes a tight turn here, you are super struggling. I don't know why they went this way. If anything, they should be going this way, which I understand, like, being closer to you is like, it can make them uncomfortable. But if they go a little bit close, like they put themselves out of range here. Either way, like I love that you punish this and capitalize off of it, but your initial positioning in this spot feels a little bit greedy if they go more aggressive here. 75,000 torpedoes. A char review sounds like an absolute luxury. Pro Charis, the goat. Again, really nice play. Almost ran into shots which we want to avoid, but it's okay. That would have been really unfortunate. Okay, how do we play this? Okay, teammate was able to clean up. See, I'm interested to see how we play this here. Because their Tetras are still down, and they have 2 backliners sitting up on this rail. Yo, I'm gonna mispronounce this. I don't know if the X is supposed to be a vowel or not. I'm gonna say YXN, YXN, but if it's like, actually, wait, but then I think Chris is, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say Chris is also the vowel, so I think X is vowel, but thank you for the follow, Chris, much appreciated. And I appreciate your patience and giving some clarification. No way there's a lot of Splatoon 3 streamers. Yeah, Splatoon 3 is popping. As one thing I'll say, I really, really, really love the Twitch community for Splatoon. There literally is everything. There's the competitive community. There's a very casual community of streamers. Both for like, so there's turf war streamers, there are competitive streamers, there are salmon run streamers, and like within all of those, there's like the vibey streamers, there's the very analytical streamers, there's the hyper competitive streamers where it's just really just the top level gameplay. Yeah, the community on Twitch is actually really, really awesome. The boomer community, yeah. Me and Juan are the boomer community. And then Fuzzy sometimes when Fuzzy streams. Oh yeah, the speedrun. How did I forget? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the speedrunners, there's actually I'm always surprised. They never get as much love as they deserve. But definitely, like, I'm trying to think. I know Lantro's like the obvious one. Lantro's raided us a few times in the past. Lantro's awesome. If you are at all interested in the speedrunning community, I'll shout out Lantro real quick. They recently did like a speedrunning like community like tournament thing. But Lantro's an awesome. There's so many awesome streamers, but yeah, this is yeah. I love the community. Super, super cool. It's one of the reasons why I've like stayed as long, especially for the boomer community. I gotta represent my people. But no, you're totally right, Sons. I do turf war, can't stream your game sadly. That's tough. But the nice thing is that there's a lot of streamers that will do like PBs, or they'll like make lobbies and people can join. I need to do that more often with league stuff if there's a good rotation. I also need to find a TC rotation where Fizzy Bomb's here. I want to do a league rotation with Fizzy Bomb, but soon. So yeah, in the situation, sorry, I forgot we're reviewing a game. I got lost. Again, this is the boomer community. So they have both of their backliners sitting up here. We're relatively close to a KO, or at least threatening it. Although it doesn't really matter because we're in a good spot and there's 50 seconds left. So I don't want us to focus on getting the I don't want us to focus on the zone altogether. I want us to focus on like overall control. But because both backliners are over here, I'm okay with this kind of positioning if we're playing over here. The one thing that we want to be looking out for potentially is that their Tetras might jump here and just like roll down. So if we sit in this spot, yes, we can potentially get picks on the backliners themselves, but there's also an opportunity to stop their painters and the Tetras from rolling in when they're potentially, like, they might just swim out and drop this way, or they might go wide, but there's also a chance that they just drop out front this way. So I like us to be in this position because we can be a step ahead and like look for those picks. But their Tetra ends up going wide. Our team's gonna have to completely regroup. This is basically the final push for the enemy team. So in this type of spot, if I'm in your position, I want to try my best to slowly paint forward, get my special, and like we have time to set something up. So like, you know, getting a hammer, getting an inkjet, potentially having a zipcaster. We have time to get these specials, so I don't want us to rush. We only have to make one stop, and we have 38 seconds to do it effectively. So as tempting as it might be to take an initial fight, I hope we take this a little bit slower.
Splatzone's rotation with quad fizzy bomb. That'd actually be sick. Fizzy bombs with fizzy bomb. Fizzy bomb's someone in the Discord in the community. Very nice, very friendly. But they're a fan of the TC. If you could stream the Switch off the Nintendo Switch Twitch app, I bet there'd be a lot more streamers. Yeah, definitely. But I would be scared of what that would look like and what I'm scared of what would happen to my frame rates playing Splatoon while trying to stream. Should battle? Yeah, I'm gonna poke into the tutorial, so I appreciate the link. I'll download the app and I'll go through the online or like the tutorial in the game. And if I'm confident enough and I have like a basic deck, I'll definitely we'll have to battle. Let's just say it's not going to be good for me, but it'll be fun nonetheless. So yeah, we are opting to be a little bit slower, which I can appreciate. Yeah, our teammates. Ouch. That sprinkler's really annoying. I think we need to be a little bit more aggressive in this type of spot because I would like us to play slower. One thing that's happening though is that our teammates all like dropped. So we kind of like now we're forced into having to play super fast, which technically we potentially get a second push if they feed fast enough. Obviously, if y'all retake, but we need to be a little bit fast. Obviously, this sprinkler was unironically really annoying. But we probably need to just like sit here and assume that the enemy is being distracted by the teammates that are dropping. But we probably need to force a play. And even if it means risking getting picked by the charger here, this is probably a play we want to go for. Yeah. And at this point, if teammates have gone down, we can't panic. Like we still have an opportunity. Our teammates played really fast, so we actually get a second chance at this. But we want to get value out of our bubble. I think we rushed this a little bit too much. We have more time than we think with 20 seconds. This feels really uncomfortable. But if we get a bubble down, our teammates have opportunities to continue to move in. And you get a couple of shots potentially to either paint or look for a pick opportunity before you're in danger again. So like jumping and swinging out here, which we've done a lot of jumping and swinging out with Squiffer this game, then we didn't necessarily need to. Puts us in like a very awkward spot. And yeah, we're this in play feels a little bit panicked. I like the way you initially played this retake. Your teammates all played super aggressive, so ideally we adapt to their speed and play fast. But even if they all go down, it's fine. We can play off of our bubble for our potential last take. But we can't go for like one of these types of fights. We need to be like an anchor on our team with this bubble. We can't selfishly bubble and start taking like a greedy fight. We need to be more in line with what the rest of our team's trying to do. But I think they played a little bit too fast. I think, again, both playstyles are totally valid, but we might be able to hold. Okay. All right. We need to find a pick. I don't know if I would care as much about this thing. There's a couple of people around mid and we need to find those picks. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Overall, Squiffer play, super, super good. I feel like everyone that mains Squiffer is like... I don't know if Chobs is a main or not, but... I feel like all the Squiffer mains are... They go hard. They're very, very strong. But, main Inkbrush, nice. There's a lot of really good Inkbrush players in the community. A lot to go over with this gameplay. But in terms of common themes, I think the biggest one... Main meta weapons, that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. I'm a meta weapon main in everything that I play. So yeah, the biggest thing is I would be careful on the overheat. Overheat is a term where if you get a pick or two, it's like playing overly greedy and overly aggressive for like the clip or for the sick play. And there was a couple of spots, like the most egregious one is when we bubbled here. Tetra ran into us. We got a really nice pick. We had like a fraction of health. And then we just jumped as this person was like moving in. And we just jumped and looked for a pick when our team was at advantage. And we ended up getting a trade. But like we didn't need to get a trade. We had a teammate with us. The other person was really desperate. But that type of play gets us into trouble a lot. I think we end up like jumping out, which is a really nice tool in the Squiffer tool belt. But I think we did it a little bit too liberally this game. I think we need a little bit of restraint in certain spots. The end of this game here is definitely one of those plays when we tried to like take fights. Like in bad spots. But there was also a couple of other opportunities that we could have been, like there was that one spot when we were initially trying to KO, we had a bubble here. We could have been super aggressive over here because their backline has to focus on zone because there's like no time left. And this is a spot where we actually, like this wouldn't really be overheating, but this is a spot where we could be playing a lot more aggressive. And we missed that opportunity. So understanding like the time and place of like when we're doing it. And I think sometimes when we get one pick, it seemed like we always wanted to keep the continuation. And it's important for us to time and place. Because I think that like we made so many good plays to set us up for a KO. I think if we played it a little bit smarter in certain spots, we actually just straight up carry this game for our team and get the KO. I don't think our teammates played bad either. I think our teammates played fine, but we were playing really, really well in certain spots. Part of, again, it's not really overheating, but like understand when you want to be aggressive and when you want to be a little bit slower. So part of it is playing with the pace of your team. Oops. So like at the very end there, I would have done the same thing you did, where you're like slowly painting forward so that you'll have a bubble and your team can retake with bubble and probably another special. But your team just like immediately just started dropping and taking fights. And if we see that all three of our teammates are dropping and taking fights, we probably want to look to drop and take fights with them. However, when we were like dealing with this sprinkler up here that actually was really annoying, but when we deal with this sprinkler and we start moving this way, once our teammates have gone down and they all got picked, we need to show restraint. We still have a special ready. Obviously, it's a very high pressure situation, but in that spot, we need to look for a good place to get a bubble down so the rest of our team can potentially play off of it. And the same thing, like we had an opportunity with the bubble here for KO. We could have been super, super aggressive and they would have no option but to deal with you or you get free picks. And we missed that opportunity. There's also little spots where, you know, both their backliners are like sitting over here. And so like we can look to potentially play for picks or we can potentially look to like play over here. And sometimes we were playing against what our teammates were, what they ended up trying to do. Adapting to your teammates at any given moment is really, really hard. So, you know, I don't expect you to like be perfect at this, but definitely in spots where you're not playing around the pace of your team. So basically based off of the game state, this is where you specifically, this is like, whatever. This is something that you need to get down. Like, not that you need to get it down, because you can continue to climb. Like, I think your mechanics are solid. I think if you keep playing the way you're playing, it seems like you should probably level up. But if you want to start climbing fast, understanding game states and understanding when to be aggressive or when to be slow based off of the current game state is gonna matter so much. So again, when your team is why is the water moving? Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending. Yeah, the water and things that move in the wind, all that stuff just kind of moves. It defies physics and time and everything else. But when we have an opportunity to KO here, I want us to go for this big aggressive play, because we're the farthest forward to take this type of spot. And if we think about what our teammates, I mean, what the enemy team is trying to do, think like enemy. So like as you continue to improve, these types of moments are very crucial to execute properly in order to close out games. And the best way to help guide your decision making is to understand what it is that what the enemy's trying to do, and like emotionally where their team is, like where their mental is at. And when your team's about to KO and their team doesn't have a lot of paint and they don't have specials in time to deal with this, they're going to be very panicked. When they're coming down here, when your team's about to KO, they're very frantic, they're very panicked, they don't have a lot of time, and we want to use that against them by being aggressive. And vice versa, when we're getting pushed by them, we can probably slow it down a little bit. And again, the play right here, when you swing out instead of going for, like instead of slowing it down, like this Tetra here, like they're going to be a little bit more panicked and more prone to feed, because their team still has to set up in this type of scenario when they're pushing you. And we want to capitalize off of their reluctance to want to play slow. Also, they're a Tetra, so they're going to be aggressive. So if we just chill a little bit here, like they probably just move forward and our sploosh that was with us can get a free pick. But the other thing is just like let them use their rolls, or let them just keep running at us until there's an opportunity for us to get a very clear pick. And only poke behind cover when there's a very clear pick. And then another situation where you're at a disadvantage, like your teammates just went down in front of you and then you opted to drop down here. In one of these spots, you swung around and then you had to go back this way, but you got 2 picks on both of their, both their Tetras on the enemy team. And like this play was like super hype, but dropping initially is a little bit scary because there's a chance that the enemy team just KOs there if you mess that up. Where you could work on building and getting a special and help stabilize for your team the same way you needed to stabilize for your team at the end of the game. I think there's a spot for you to potentially do a little bit better there. And again, just understanding when you want to be aggressive and when you want to play slow. And really getting into the mind of like, okay, if I'm playing on the enemy team, we need to focus on this or we need to do this and try to stay a step ahead. So that's that's kind of the biggest thing. I think your mechanics are super good. And like, I love your creativity. Like going for the leader up here, super creative. There's a play you did immediately after that. I don't remember what it was at this point. But you had another play that I just like, I really enjoyed. And when you're in weird spots, like you position yourself like against this wall when they start dropping on you, and then you hold distance. I think your spacing in spots could have been a little bit better in certain spots, but for the most part, it was very solid. I definitely think you got a little bit greedy in certain spots where Tetra could have rolled on you, and you were a little bit fortunate that they played really wide and like played out of your range. I think they were uncomfortable on the weapon. But overall, I really like the way that you played. I think there's certain times where it's not that even that you need to play slower, I think you need to play slower initially because I think currently you lack the understanding of what you need to be doing. Like in this KO opportunity here, understanding what your role is. When your teammates are over here and they're able to paint the zone and focus the zone, your role needs to be very aggressive. And the speed at which you're playing is totally fine as long as you're making the right decision. But I think you need to work a little bit on making sure that you're making the right decision, because there's a lot of spots where you rely on your mechanics, which again, your mechanics are really, really good, but you find yourself in harder spots than there needs to be. So if we work on the decision making, we'll be super, super, super chilling. But yeah, overall, that was really, really good footage. I would expect you to have some really good stats this game because it felt like you played really well. Yeah, 13 and 5 is very solid. 6 bubbles is really good actually. Yeah, of course, Sun. Who is this guy? Yeah, overall, I think again, really, really good play. I think it's important for us to play at the pace of the game that either playing with our team at the pace at which they're comfortable doing, or play at the pace that makes the enemy team uncomfortable when your team has an advantage. But if you nail that, you'll be fine. You'll hit 24 hundo in no time. But good stuff, and thank you so much for the replay. Either best paint in the game, yeah. This one's just different. Actually the Sploosh did a little bit, tiny bit more. But yeah, Sun outpainted the rest of their team. But there's some really good players. Like there's some competitive players and there's just really solid players. This was a very, I'm surprised this was a 2030 lobby. This was a scrappy fun. It was very scrappy, but that was just because of the comp. That was a very fun game to watch. But anyways, we'll probably call it here because I need food. Because like Celeste was saying, I didn't eat breakfast, and I'm not used to being up this early. And I need to get dinner figured out in a couple hours, so I'm gonna go do that. Appreciate you all. I'm gonna send you all over to Becca, another wonderful streamer, competitive streamer, very solid on a whole lot of different weapons. So I'm not sure what they'll be playing now, but always a good time and just a very solid game knowledge and a very just chill stream. So good experience if you're looking for good gameplay, good decision making, or just chilling with the other chatters. So I'm gonna dip. Oh, before I go, I wanna kind of catch up with everyone. There was a bit of a conversation that one of you wanted to be in Soul 2. Yeah, this is Nintendo Switch. Multiple things open at the same time will blow up the console. True. The idea would be nice though. It would be nice to get there. There should be simpler ways. Like the fact that like clips and everything, like being able to do that through the Switch helps out the shareability of the games a lot. But yeah, it would be nice to just actually have dedicated ways to stream. Because I know a lot of people that the community would get a ton of benefit from being able to actually like watch them stream, but you know, there's a budget and a financial commitment to being able to make that work that not everyone is able to do. I want the Wii U Pro or something. Yeah, we need a Pro console. I'll be happy to shill out shell out the money to get myself a more upgraded console. I don't even need like new games, new graphics. I just want everything that I have now. I just want it to run at like a decent frame rate, at least something reasonable. Please, that's all I ask. I have to get a replay from May 24th. I'm gonna switch phones. Bless. Zelda was released, Mario Kart 9 in development. I don't think the next Nintendo console's for a long time. Yeah, it'll be interesting how long they do it. Because again, this thing was not like the Switch was on par with a lot of technology at the time, but it's like long overdue at this point. So I'm not sure how much longer they can hold it, but yeah, it seems like they got a lot of stuff still cooked up for the console. So next probably will be some sort of pro console, which I will very happily buy if games can run a little bit smoother. They try their best, but the hardware is only so good. A new Mario game is a big release title. Real. The Wii U gamepad could go further than 6 feet. I forgot about that. Yeah, sometimes it's been a while since I've played on the Wii U. I played Ballpoint, E-Liter, Firefin, Splash, Machine Squeezer. Holy. Playing everything. Yeah. I always have a little bit of a gripe with the weapons that you have to spam the trigger for. I cannot lie. I want to play Squeezer. I want to play Ink Brush, kind of. I definitely want to play Squeezer, but I never really enjoyed the mashing aspect. Can't play one weapon for long. I just lose focus. That's fair. It's always interesting to see different people's philosophy when it comes to like weapons and stuff. Like they're all valid, but I know some people love to switch it up a lot. Some of them really want to dedicate themselves to one. Yo, what's up, Reese? We're about to raid Becca, so you came in right before the end of the stream. I'm gonna get some food and I'm gonna check out the Pokemon video you sent so I can better understand the TCG. So I appreciate that. Why is oh yeah, the water gameplay just now is garbage? You're totally fine. That's what we're here for. We're here to learn. We're here to get better together. You know. Even in the lobby, waiting for a match. Yeah, especially when you're like in the last patch. If you're like right when you're about to find a match, it gets like super framey. Frames have been Brinewater is probably one of the worst in terms of overall frame rate. Is really bad. That's how I know when I'm about to get into a match. Yeah, exactly. It's somewhat a positive thing now because yeah, it means something good. Lugia equals coin skills. I'll try to remember that. Hopefully I see that word at some point. I'm like, oh, that's what Reese was talking about. Yo, what's up, Vapor? We're about to head out, but Barnacle and Dime is Barnacle and Dime is pretty bad as well, but at least it's a cool looking map. Also, welcome in I don't know if it's Ollie non-binary, but welcome in. Apologize for butchering your name, but please feel free to correct me if you're still here. But yeah, we do free coaching here. Oh yeah, let me shill my things before we raid. So if you would like to submit a review, feel free to join the Discord. Reviews are completely free. We do them live on stream, and we have multiple people potentially providing reviews. But this week I'm going to be blowing through them. If you would like to support the main channel, we're working on some other videos, but I'm trying to be more consistent with my schedule. So all of the reviews here we do in full live, and then I break down all of the reviews into more bite-sized, under 20-minute chunks, and all of those will be on the main YouTube channel. So any support there is also very much appreciated, and helps motivate me and helps provide support for future videos and projects that I'm doing. I'm definitely going to get some videos out on painting soon. I think the exercise we did looking at the From the Ink Up, that the lower level tournament gameplay we watched earlier today, the Inkblot clams, I think that's definitely an environment, and also with mid-level as well. We can do a better job at painting, and I think it'd be a really interesting conversation and topic. And then obviously, if you want to support the VOD channel, where I just upload all of the full VODs from Twitch so they don't go away after 60 days, feel free to do that. I mainly have it just for my own archiving, and then every time I do reviews, I also, starting recently, in the comments, I'll put a timestamp to that full review. So if you're not able to see the reviews live, or if you want to go back to them or whatever the case is, the full review will be in the description of that less than 20-minute review, because I talk a lot, I ramble a lot. You know how it is. If you've been here, you know how it is. But yeah, definitely feel free to support any or all of those things. At the end of the day, I just appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you all kind of chilling and series now. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the conversation. Do you go by not really TK or just TK? What do you prefer to go by? But it was nice having you. Good company. Always appreciate good company. Hammerhead Mahi Rainmaker. So Especially since Squeezer's the best main weapon in the game. Yeah, it's definitely up there if not already. Also Vapor, another wonderful coach. Very good backline awareness. TK, gotcha. TK works for me. Anyways, I've done all of my shilling. Yes, everyone have a great day. We're gonna raid Becca because Becca's awesome. And yeah, take care. I got in an early stream, so I don't know what to do with the rest of my day. We'll be back here soon. Later, gamers. Appreciate you. Yeah, stay fresh for sure. Hopefully y'all had a big run. The biggest of big runs. And I'll talk to y'all soon.